I woke up suddenly unsure if this was real. That was it, I felt the pain, so it was real. A scream caught my attention. He was bullying a wimp student in front of everyone. The blonde kid knocked him down and made the fatty smell his foot odor. But it's not what you're thinking. It wasn't fear. This is the day I died. If villains are feared, I need to be even more feared than a villain. But first, let me tell you the reason. I couldn't believe they had the guts. Those guys are to blame. They tormented me for so long and in the end they threw me off. I can't understand it. And now I'm going to die. I did nothing. But unfortunately, I heard people saying I was in a vegetative coma. I heard everyone, but I couldn't move or open my eyes. I felt the warmth of her hand. She shouted really loud for me to wake up. My brother visited sometimes. He told me the school guys were using him as a target now. I stayed in a coma for 10 years thinking every day about how I should get revenge if I did nothing and these guys put me here. Even the teachers are guilty. After 10 years thinking every single day about what I should do, my brain couldn't take it anymore. I exploded and died. So it was after that I woke back up in the classroom. So when I saw that damn guy in front of me, I stood up, walked up to him and said, "Stop." Park Minchell thought it was a joke. The nerd and wimp student had the guts to talk to him. So Minchell asked if me and the whole class together would be able to stop him. I didn't wait for him to make another joke. Before, I did nothing. Minchell was stunned. All the students were shocked too. When he turned back to threaten me like a bully, I grabbed him by the hair and made him kiss the desk. Minchell was caught so off guard that he couldn't predict my movements even though he was good at fighting. And I didn't give him time to react. All 10 years stuck in a bed were in my memories. Minchell couldn't react. I hit him non-stop. Unfortunately, I don't have stinky feet. This bully never experienced being on the receiving end and I wasn't going to stop. But then a chair was thrown from my side and forced me to stop. Minchell's friends were called and shouted for me to let him go. Coldly, I asked, "What if I don't want to?" Young Miho and those guys didn't know me until today, so he was wondering why I was so calm, even knowing they. Young Miho was cautious, but the big guy doesn't have as much brain as he has muscle. He was prepared to fight. Kang Chang-suk is the strongest in the group. When a kid came into the room screaming that the teacher was coming, that saved my skin. Minchell didn't have the strength to get up, but he had the strength to say they should go and. Kang Chang-suk then said, I should know my days were numbered. When they were leaving, they warned me it was impossible to try and run from them. Even after that, I showed no fear. Minchell sat at his desk with his head down. Today, he was humiliated in front of everyone and doesn't even remember what happened. He is determined to do something worse than throwing me off the school building. His deadly stare in my direction was intense, while he thought about how he and his. But I didn't get distracted. My mind was calm. Little do they know that this version of me doesn't exist anymore. In the other room, the bullies were counting the seconds for classes to end. Young Miho told the group that I remained fearless even when they arrived. Now they need to use me as an example so everyone knows they can't fight back against them. In my room, when the last class ended and the teacher left, Minchell stood up to join his friends. He didn't even see my kick coming. Once again, I made him taste my shoe. But I couldn't let that happen. I need to do this with him feeling every second. Minchel didn't know me but was sure I was a coward. So where did I get all this courage? Instead of avoiding them, I attacked him suddenly, and now I was doing it again, even with the others warning me. When class ended, they were quick to find me. But when they arrived at my classroom, students were gathered at the door like a show was happening. Young Miho felt a knot in his stomach. Minchel's friends ran and pushed everyone to get through, so when they finally saw, I was holding the trash bag. This guy is my little buddy now. Kong Chang's silk ran like an armored titan. In my mind, I simulated this millions of times. But I can do this. I picked up a metal padlock and hit him. I continued hitting with full force. After destroying him, I threw him aside. The other two were completely paralyzed. Now they must be sure that I am crazy. It's better this way because I'm not strong. I attacked the biggest loser of the group. I used my whole weight. So I threw a sequence of serious punches to his face. Just the sounds of my fists must be so intense that young Miho won't have the guts to attack me from behind. When his face got broken, the dental treatment is going to cost a lot. I prepared for this battle for years in my mind. My body is still weak, but my mind isn't. When I looked at young Miho, I think he wet his pants out of fear while asking himself if I was always this strong. What irony! He was replaying his whole life. Young Miho froze, but unfortunately, when I was about to test that, a teacher came to. Young Miho smiled and I couldn't hit him now. The teacher then saw 3 students sleeping on the floor. Young Miho was sure I was screwed, but I'm not sure about that. The teacher took me to the staff room and pointed his finger at me, talking about limits and that smash. The reason he is furious is none of that. He said he has worked as a teacher for over 10 years and never saw this. The parents of those spoiled rich kids won't let this go cheap. This isn't your first time dealing with violence. Is it, teacher? Just handle it like you always do. Cover this up for me. The teacher immediately slapped him across the face. The rest of the teachers all acted like nothing had happened, but their reaction was just. His tragic fate in his previous life wasn't just caused by the bullies. It was also due to these despicable, willfully blind adults, especially the homeroom teacher who. Kim Yun-sung whispered a threat, "If you keep making trouble, I'll have to spill the beans about you taking bribes. I know you're in regular contact with young Miho's mother. You also have secrets with the foreign language teacher, so you'd better behave yourself." People often ask why bullying victims don't go to their teachers. Kim Yun-sung had tried that in his past life, but the teacher didn't care in the slightest. He only told them, "Get along with your classmates." Even more vicious bullying from the school tyrants awaited him. He could never understand. As a teacher, if you find out your student is being bullied, shouldn't you at least try to get to the bottom of it? That day, the teacher had actually witnessed the beating with his own eyes. Kim Yun-sung was sure the teacher would finally take action, but to his shock, he simply turned away. He later discovered the homeroom teacher regularly accepted bribes. Young Miho's parents were the teacher's biggest source of income. From that moment on, Kim Yun-sung was determined to rely on his own fists. That day, the conflict with the bullies reached a whole new level. Young Miho's parents personally visited the school to exert pressure. As a result, Kim Yoon-sung's grandmother was forced to apologize while the bullies faced no consequences. It was only after he became a vegetable that he realized brute force alone could never bring him justice. Only by perfectly neutralizing the adult's interference could he achieve true revenge. The homeroom teacher, now exposed, was thrown into a panic. Kim Yoon-sung said coldly, "Before you speak to me in the future, you'd better think carefully. Every month, you accept money from young Miho's parents. You also have an improper relationship with the English teacher, who already has 3 children. And that's not your only dirty secret. Want me to keep going? Don't even think about brushing this off as mere rumors. Because if you try, I'll drop out of school myself just to make sure your life is ruined." In the end, the homeroom teacher gave in. Just keep turning a blind eye, like you always have. If you can bury what happened today, I'll promise not to use your secrets against you until graduation. You understand what I mean. But he was only the first card in Kim Yoon-sung's hand. But before that, there was something else to settle. He had to admit Kim Yoon-sung's earlier aura had rattled him, but he figured no one. He needed to reassert his dominance at school. After venting his anger, a thought began to form. If it came down to a one-on-one fight, he was sure he could win easily. We still have unfinished business, don't we? A punch came flying at him, sending him and his chair crashing to the floor. The once menacing young Miho now looked like a lamb waiting for slaughter. Kim Yoon-sung went in and kicked him square in the jaw. Young Miho started screaming for help. This guy's a total maniac. Suddenly, the homeroom teacher appeared. Young Miho thought he'd found a lifeline, but the teacher just turned his head away. I wouldn't count on anyone helping you. Not in this school. After beating young Miho, Kim Yoon-sung was suddenly struck by a sense of emptiness. The person who had tormented him for 3 whole years was now trembling like a leaf after just a few slaps. It made him realize just how weak he had been in the past. The students nearby were so scared they didn't even dare to breathe. In their eyes, Kim Yoon-sung's life was as good as over. The principal had always dreamed of turning this school into an elite institution, which meant maintaining. Now, 4 well-connected students had been sent to the hospital by Kim Yoon-sung. He had to be expelled. Just as the English teacher raised her hand in agreement, the homeroom teacher nudged her, signaling her. If you don't want our relationship exposed, you better help protect Kim Yoon-sung. If he gets expelled, we're both finished. The homeroom teacher stole a glance at Kim Yoon-sung and felt a chill at how calm he looked. Kim Yoon-sung did make a mistake, but he is not solely to blame. According to the students, young Minho and his gang have been bullying classmates for a long time. I have been planning to punish them, but I never expected Kim Yoon-sung, unable to bear the bullying, would act. He was a victim before he became an aggressor. The principal finally announced that a disciplinary committee would convene in 1 week. Until then, Kim Yoon-sung was suspended and would need to return with his guardian. Kim Yoon-sung coolly replied, "Understood." The homeroom teacher hurried after him saying, "I did." Kim Yoon-sung understood perfectly. He had specifically involved the teacher because the man was quick-witted and, if handled correctly, would fully. Kim Yoon-sung said, "I know you've done what you can, but you knew about the bullying. Remember this. Until I graduate, there's only one way to keep me quiet. In any situation, you will do absolutely everything you can for me. If you ever fail to show your loyalty, I'll tear your life to shreds. And I promise you, I always keep my word. As much as Kim Yoon-sung wanted to see the teacher ruined, he couldn't discard such a useful pawn out of anger. Until Kim Yoon-sung had solidified his own position at the school, the teacher still had his uses. In a week's time, everything the principal hoped for would turn out to be the exact opposite of his expectations. After lying in bed for 10 years, Kim Yoon-sung finally found himself walking the familiar road home once more. His family lived in a rundown apartment building. As a child, he had always resented it, but now the sight filled him with aching nostalgia. Back then, hearing his grandmother was going to sell their home to pay his hospital bills had. When he arrived, he found his grandmother wasn't there. He took a moment to collect himself, refusing to let sorrow swallow him whole. He had finally been given a second chance at life. Beyond revenge, he was determined to ensure his grandmother would never want for. He needed to use this week to prepare thoroughly. His plan for the future was clear. First, he had to strengthen himself. Winning over a certain someone would also give him a huge advantage in future fights. Second, he needed to assemble a force strong enough to stand up to the school bullies. He was just a penniless student. He couldn't pull off his revenge on his own. Third, and most importantly, he needed to gain backing that could smooth over any trouble, ensuring. To deal with the upcoming disciplinary committee, this backing was his top priority. Luckily, during his years as a vegetable, he had heard the news on TV every day. The chairman of Neunjin Construction was about to choose his successor. The eldest son, Go Chang-beom, only held a high school diploma. In contrast, his younger brother, Go Chang-sok, graduated from a top university and married into a powerful. One day, Go Chang-beom was arrested for assaulting a civilian. He tried to explain that the other party initiated the altercation, but there were no security cameras. The police knew the Ko family had deep connections. Releasing Go Chang-beom would undoubtedly offend his younger brother, Go Chang-sok. Go Chang-sok's influence now even overshadowed his brother's. Go Chang-beom knew this incident would significantly jeopardize his bid for succession. As he stood at a loss, a high school-aged boy suddenly appeared beside him. The boy pointed at Go Chang-beom. "I'm here as a witness for this gentleman." Once the police saw the footage, they finally believed Go Chang-beom had not started the fight. Since there was no surveillance at the scene, Kim Yoon-sung had obtained dashcam footage from a nearby parked car. This gentleman was provoked by those people and had no choice but to defend himself. If he's guilty of anything, it's only that he knocked the other person out with a single punch. Go Chang-beom threw an arm around Kim Yoon-sung. With this conclusive evidence, the police had no choice but to release him. "I'll remember your face. Your life's about to get very interesting." Once outside, Go Chang-beom immediately wanted to thank Kim Yoon-sung, pulling out a thick wad of cash as a token of his gratitude. He'd expected a boy his age to be dazzled by so much money, but Kim Yoon-sung remained utterly composed. Clearly, this wasn't any ordinary boy. Suddenly, Kim Yoon-sung asked sharply, "Do you really think what happened today was just a coincidence? I know you're Go Chang-beom, the eldest son of Kong Song Group. Locked in a succession battle with your younger brother, Go Chang-seok." Go Chang-beom's expression immediately darkened. "Who the hell are you? I don't think today was an accident and I have proof to back it up. If you're truly grateful, give me an hour of your time. I guarantee you'll lose nothing and it might just change your future forever." They then went to a cafe together. Kim Yoon-sung handed him the original dashcam footage.
It revealed that 30 minutes before the incident, those men were already lingering. When Go Chang-beom appeared, they deliberately went to pick a fight. Honestly, Mr. Ever since the succession race started, it's felt like someone's been setting you up at. Haven't you thought that maybe all of this is orchestrated by your brother? Go Chang-beom asked. So what do you want? When he heard the boy say he wanted to help him get revenge and become the next successor, he burst out laughing. A high school student? I know you have a lot of people on your team in this fight for succession, but haven't you realized? They're all working for your brother. I know you won't believe me at first, but I hope you'll at least give me a chance to prove myself. Go Chang-beom mulled over for a long time outside. The kid is right. Compared to my brother, I really have nothing going for me. If things keep going like this, I'm going to lose everything. He remembered what his father had said. Don't worry about their age, gender, or background. Go Chang-beom decided to take a gamble. Tell me your plan. I'll listen to everything you have to say before I decide. Kim Yoon-sung didn't mince words. Go Chang-sulk is the more qualified successor. He has a prestigious degree. He's married into a powerful family, and most people have joined his camp. Other than being the eldest, you really have nothing in your favor. But even so, I still believe you'll be the next in line. Because no matter how great Go Chang-suk looks on paper, there's only one reason your father insists. He's old-fashioned, and wants the eldest son to inherit the family business. If Go Chang-suk, who excels in every area, were suddenly dragged down to your level, who do? There are 3 things you need to win. First is connections. Through marriage, Go Chang-suk has tied himself to the local elite. Second is reputation, and yours is that of a brash, reckless thug. While you've been living it up, your brother is already working in the company. We need to destroy his connections. Once she stops supporting him, your brother will be back at the starting line, just like you. Not long after, Go Chang-suk received devastating news. She then gave his mistress a good beating. Chairman Go Myung-jin was furious. If you're going to fool around, you might as well be like your brother. And Go Chang-beom, why did you end up at the police station again? Go Myung-jin had expected his eldest son to be defiant as always, but to his surprise, this time he admitted his. Go Myung-jin was actually pleased. I know the other side started it, but you still did everything you could to avoid conflict. I'm proud of you. After the 2 brothers left the meeting, the younger one was seething with anger. I don't know who gave my wife the address, but if I ever find out, I'll tear him to pieces. Meanwhile, the elder brother, Go Chang-beom, was still basking in his father's rare praise. My father usually just scolds me. He actually complimented me today. Of course, all of this was thanks to Kim Yoon-sung's coaching. After this incident, Go Chang-beom had taken a real liking to Kim Yoon-sung. He declared he would follow his lead from now on. Kim Yoon-sung said, "Next, you should join the company and start from the bottom." At the mention of starting from the bottom, Go Chang-beom frowned, but a moment later, "Whatever you say, I'll do it." Then Kim Yoon-sung raised a condition. Go Chang-beom replied generously, "Just say the word Heinzung. For you, I'll do anything." A week later, the school's disciplinary committee was about to begin. Young Minho's mother confronted the homeroom teacher and slapped him across the face. "If you want to keep your job, you'd better make sure the kid who hit my son gets expelled." The homeroom teacher found himself in an impossible position.
He tried to persuade Kim Yun-sung to admit fault to receive the lightest possible punishment. Kim Yun-sung replied, "I know young Minho's mother is putting pressure on you, but Jude, if I go down, you go down with me."
That was until he saw Kim Yun-sung's guardian. If he wasn't mistaken, it was Go Chang-beom, the eldest son of the Kongsung group. In Daisen City, he was someone nobody dared cross. But why was he here as Kim Yun-sung's guardian? There was no time to dwell on that now. He was the only one who knew Go Chang-beom's true identity, and he needed to switch. He immediately turned the tables, testifying that young Minho had been the bully, and Kim Yun-sung. When the principal heard the homeroom teacher's statement, he broke out in a "Kim Young-chul, you'd better tell the truth." That day, Kim Yun-sung saw a classmate being bullied and couldn't help but step in. "Stop fighting, we're all students here." But he was threatened by young Minho's gang. Imagine, if someone tried to hurt you, wouldn't you fight back? It's clear that Kim Yun-sung was acting purely in self-defense.
If we ignore the real cause and punish Kim Yun-sung harshly, then we are nothing but adults who refuse. The principal was thoroughly unnerved.
What kind of nonsense is this? We're dealing with the school's first violent incident.
4 students ended up in the ER.
Violence can never be justified, no matter the reason.
Only then can parents trust us with their children.
The victim's testimony should be the most credible. All I saw was Kim Yun-sung beating up classmates. You can ask anyone for proof.
I only rushed in because I saw my friend getting beaten. I never expected Kim Yun-sung to use a weapon.
This isn't even his first violent outburst.
The teacher called him to the office, and when he returned, he attacked me in front of everyone.
How is that my fault?
Young Minho's mother immediately fanned the flames. He's been beaten beyond recognition. If it can happen to Minho, it can happen to any child here.
We must punish the student responsible, or our school will never be safe again.
Soon, they were all calling for Kim Yun-sung to be punished.
A new voice erupted. A bunch of useless cowards talking nonsense. Are you all pretending not to know what's really going on? Don't you see that those so-called students are nothing but monsters in human skin? The principal snapped.
How dare you call our students monsters?
The voice retorted. I've done my research.
Young Minho's gang is notorious for extorting and stealing from others.
Yet you keep protecting them. Are you all taking bribes from their families?
Those punks may be in the hospital now, but Kim Yun-sung only fought to protect himself.
Didn't the homeroom teacher just say?
You have to see the truth for what it is. If you were bullied by thugs like this during your own school days, would you just stand by?
Young Minho's mother exploded. How dare you call my son a thug? I heard Kim Yun-sung doesn't have parents. Go Chang-beom flashed a proud smile. At first, Go Chang-beom hadn't understood why Kim Yun-sung wanted him as his guardian.
If he just wanted money, he could have said so directly. Kim Yun-sung had explained, to pull off my plans, I certainly need your resources. But what I need most is supreme power. I'm going to make big waves at school, and some of it might even cross the line of the law. So I need you to clean up my messes. If you're my backer, no one in Decent City will dare touch you. And I promise, I'll make sure you end up as the successor. No matter what trouble you cause, I'll take care of it. Then, faced with Young Minho's mother's challenge, he declared forcefully, I'm Hyun-young's guardian, and also the eldest son. Hyun-young is my most cherished little brother. He would never make trouble for no reason. The moment I heard he'd been called to this committee, I dropped everything and came running. I was even planning to donate to this school in Konsung Group's name, but now I see there's no point. Not only is this place poorly managed, the atmosphere is rotten. He's been bullied every single day. Why did the school turn a blind eye when he was the victim? If you ignored him because he had no money or status, I'll make sure this so-called prestigious school is ruined. Every last bully, and every adult who protected them, will be finished in Decent City. I'll use every resource at my disposal to ensure it. The principal never expected the eldest son of Konsung Group to be Kim Hyung-sung's guardian. If he insisted on siding with Hyung Minho now, he would lose all connection to Konsung Group. The school would also be shunned by other powerful circles. However, if he broke with Hyung Minho's family, it was the perfect chance to win Konsung's favor. This would make his dream of a top-tier school only a matter of time. The principal immediately shifted all the blame onto Hyung Minho. In fact, I've also heard that he's the ringleader of that delinquent group. Kim Hyung-sung is someone I recognize as the most outstanding student at Chunil High. For a top student to do something like this, there must be a reason. Kim Hyung-sung spoke up. My friends have reported this countless times to the teachers, but every time, the teachers would say, even when the truth came out, all they ever did was give them a verbal warning. That only made Hyung Minho's gang more brazen with their violence. But why is it that after just one act of violence, I have to face a disciplinary committee? Is it because it was too violent? Or is it because you think I have no power? If you don't severely punish the group that's been doing wrong all along, I'll make sure everyone outside. There's only one way to silence me, fair and just punishment for everyone involved. Young Minho's mother was thrown into a panic. All of you, I'm calling my husband right now. She dialed her husband, pleading for help. But the moment he heard the name Gochang Bayam, his tone changed completely. How dare you act like that in front of the Konsung Group's eldest son? Do you want our whole family to go down because of you? Come home right now. Let young Minho take whatever punishment he gets. The room fell silent in an instant. In the end, Kim Hyun-sung was sentenced to 100 hours of community service. Young Minho, on the other hand, was expelled. But a hand stopped him. It was his own mother. Young Minho thought he must have misheard. I said, kneel and beg me. Why should I kneel to you? Kim Hyun-sung replied, you might want to ask your mother about that. Young Minho's mother turned away, avoiding his gaze. Kim Hyun-sung continued, do your best to appease me. At that, young Minho's mother spoke up. Young Minho had no idea what was really going on. But he could only obey, dropping to his knees. But Kim Hyun-sung showed him no mercy. Just wait. With that, the disciplinary committee was finally over. Kim Hyun-sung had taken another step closer to the shadowy forces that once cost him his life. At that moment, Park Min-chul sent a text, asking to meet him. As soon as Kim Hyun-sung arrived, Park Min-chul immediately tried to curry favor. Cut the crap and get to the point, Kim Hyun-sung said. He knew exactly what Park wanted. Even young Minho, with all his connections, had been forced to kneel. How could a powerless delinquent like Park Min-chul hope to stand a chance? Park immediately begged for mercy, hoping Yun-sung's forgiveness would save him from expulsion. "From now on, I'll do whatever you say. I'll even work like a dog for you." Park confessed that a hidden force had ordered them to bully Kim Yun-sung. "I already know who's behind you." While in a coma, Yun-sung had seen a news story about a student who jumped from a building. The student's suicide note revealed the truth. A group called the Golden Circle was responsible, though its core members remained unknown. The Golden Circle's founder, seeing profit in others' pain, had built a. They recruited students with absolute power within schools, and made deals with wealthy, influential parents. In exchange for protection and guaranteed top grades, these students were ordered to eliminate anyone who. For his revenge to be complete, Kim Yun-sung vowed to drag out every last member of the Golden Circle and. "Tell me, how did the Golden Circle find you?" "Senior Xin Yong-min contacted us," he stammered. While not necessarily a core member, Xin Yong-min was certainly the Golden Circle's gateway into the school. However, he wouldn't be easy to handle. Xin Yong-min was set to become a professional MMA fighter, and challenging him now would. For now, Kim Yun-sung had to decide how to deal with Park Min-chul. Ever since his coma, his hatred for Park had never faded. His grandmother had once groveled for forgiveness, only to be met with insults and humiliation. "Let me show you what will happen every time you see me from now on." In his past life, Park had married and become a model husband, while young Minho and the others lived. "I never believed in evil being punished by evil. Only an eye for an eye is the eternal law. I hope you all carry scars you'll never forget for the rest of your lives." After Young Minho's expulsion, Kim Yun-sung became the talk of the school. It turns out, the quiet ones are the scariest when they finally snap. Once they snap, they go pitch black inside. The once noisy classroom went completely silent. After he sat down, someone approached from behind and whispered, "Thank you." He gratefully thanked Kim Yun-sung for standing up for him, and promised to help whenever needed. Yun-sung replied coldly, "Before the disciplinary committee, you pretended you didn't. You said you were scared and refused to testify for me. But now you want to say thanks? From now on, whatever happens to you has nothing to do with me. Get out of my sight, I don't want to see your face." Meanwhile, Shin Young-min was seething. He had thought Kim Yun-sung was a nobody. His guardian turned out to be Myeongjin Construction's heir. In Daesan, no one could go up against someone like Kong-sung. Now he had an excuse to squeeze more money out of Golden Circle. First-year boss Park Jin-woo soon arrived on the rooftop, trembling. Shin Young-min slapped his face and said, "There's a guy in your year named Kim Yun-sung. Make sure he never walks again." At the same time, Kim Yun-sung was preparing for the dangers ahead. Only then could he become a thorn in the side of a Golden Circle member. He already had some suspects, but without hard evidence, he couldn't make a move yet. His first priority was to improve his physical strength. Yoon Do-chul had once been Korea's first world champion in MMA. But now he was an unpopular, retired athlete. Yun-sung replied, "I want to get better at fighting to the point where I can crush every." Yun-sung's face darkened instantly. Yoon Do-chul, the country's first UFL champion, was now running a tiny gym. His career ended after he failed a drug test following a match. He never explained himself, simply walking away from the sport. Despite this, he later spent a year training another fighter who went on to reach the championship. If I could get your personal training, my fighting skills would skyrocket. Yunsung stated bluntly, didn't you also do whatever it took to win? I'm just doing whatever it takes to reach my goal too. What's wrong with that? If I had another chance, I'd never make the same choice. Go home. I can't help you. 100 million won. I'll pay up front so even if I back out, you won't lose a thing. You should have thought of the consequences before taking those drugs, but you made your choice anyway. I'm choosing to fight bullies, even if I end up crippled or in jail for life. But I've already accepted that risk just like you did when you took those drugs. Finally, Yun Duchul changed his mind. Step into the ring with me. If you can last around, I'll acknowledge your determination. That night, when Kim Yunsung got home, his grandmother's heart ached at the sight of him. Which bastard did this to my grandson? Tell grandma who it was. Grandma won't let them off. After Kim Yunsung offered 100 million won for training Yun Duchul. Yunsung would pass if he could stay standing in the ring for 3 minutes. The round began with Yun attacking first. His punch landed hard on Yunsung's guarding arm. Yunsung thought he had blocked it, but the sheer force broke through, slamming into his nose. A sharp ache shot straight to his brain. Only 10 seconds had passed. What followed was a barrage. Yun unleashed a flurry of blows like a raging storm. All Yunsung could do was protect his head. If any punch landed, he would be knocked out cold. A vicious low kick. It numbed Yunsung's leg instantly. The 3 minutes aren't over yet. To avoid having his stamina drained, Yunsung decided to go on the offensive. He needed to turn things around, but to a professional, this simply exposed his weaknesses. Yunsung collapsed, stiff as a board to the mat. Yunsung needed the money, but there was no way he would sell his pride to someone who couldn't just lie there. Yet a voice came from behind him. It's not over yet. Perhaps this kid wasn't bluffing about wanting to learn to fight. He had held back previously to avoid injuring him too badly. Yunsung shielded his head, always on guard for another low kick. But Yun shifted his target again. A shot like that could make someone vomit, faint, or even die. Yunsung's body began to shake uncontrollably. He wanted to get up, but his body wouldn't obey. This kind of pain can't be conquered by willpower alone. Just quit and go home. Haven't you been waiting for this moment? You can't stand this much pain. If you don't want to go back to that, then get up right now. Under Yunsung's astonished gaze, Kim Yunsung stood up once more. Just what kind of life has this kid lived? Determined to stop him from a lifetime of regret, Yunsung swore to end it here. His next punch was at full strength. Yunsung told himself to hold on. No matter what, even if his nose broke, even if his teeth were knocked out, he would give it. Yunsung's attacks grew fiercer and fiercer. Just as Yunsung could barely even raise his guard, the timer's alarm saved him from the. Yun couldn't help but curse. Damn, this kid really made it through. When you get home, don't go telling people I beat you up. I'll send you my bank account later. His grandmother's heart nearly broke, seeing his battered, swollen face. He'd just had a run-in at school, but it was all sorted out. Myeongjin Construction has a new housing project. Maybe we'll get picked and it'll definitely be worth more in the future. He wanted to just give his grandmother the 100 million directly, but she'd only. This way, she wouldn't suspect a thing. He patted Park on the shoulder, praising his efficiency. I'm impressed. From now on, tell everyone you're my sworn brother. What happened to that kid? Shin Young-min seems to think I did it. Shin Young-min then ordered his lackeys. Under Yun Du-kol's expert guidance, Kim Yun-sung began a hellish, high-intensity training regimen. Yun grew more impressed by his endurance, so he decided to put Kim Yun-sung through. As long as you can keep up with me, everyone else will kneel at your feet. A week later, Kim Yun-sung was deep in his studies, when his old friend Park Jin-woo suddenly showed up. Hearing him say, "I don't want to ostracize you like everyone else," Park Jin-woo was surprised Yun-sung didn't know he was being isolated, so he explained. The main bully had threatened everyone, warning that if anyone got close to Yun-sung, they would be targeted. You and I have been friends for 10 years, so even if it cost me, I can't watch you be alone. In Yun-sung's previous life, Park Jin-woo had noticed him being bullied, but from then on, he became the bully's target himself. After having his leg broken, Park Jin-woo pretended not to know Yun-sung. Later, while Yun-sung was in a coma, Park Jin-woo even came to apologize. This time, Kim Yun-sung didn't want Park Jin-woo to get hurt on his account. Don't act like we're close, just ignore me like the others. I'll handle my own business. But Park Jin-woo insisted, I won't let you face this alone. Yun-sung didn't want him involved, otherwise he'd only end up miserable again. Except for family, all close ties had to be cut. After class, Kim Yun-sung was thinking about how to persuade Park Jin-woo to give up, but he then overheard classmates whisper, Park Jin-woo is finished. Yun-sung's heart skipped a beat. The next second, he sprinted out like a cheetah. He wouldn't let the past repeat itself. At that moment, Park Jin-woo and his gang had cornered Park Jin-woo in the bathroom. Didn't you hear me? Or do you just not care? If you want to fight, just do it. Don't waste time with threats. However, Park Jin-woo landed the first punch, humiliating him in front of. Enraged, Park ordered everyone to attack at once. Facing the group assault, all Park Jin-woo could think about was Kim Yun-sung. He knew Yun-sung was pushing him away to protect him, but in the end, he had gotten. Even if Yun-sung was angry, he couldn't regret standing up for him. To Park Jin-woo, Yun-sung was more than a childhood friend. Park Jin-woo seized the chance and kicked him hard in the chest. I heard you practice taekwondo. There's always some show-off like you everywhere. Just because you learned a few moves, you think you're tough. This world is about background. Your problem is you think you're special. Anytime I can call you out, you better get used to it. Just then, the bathroom door was kicked open. What are you doing? He had wanted to deal with Park Jin-woo for a while, and now is the perfect opportunity. But the two of them were a mismatch physically, so Yun-sung decided to provoke him into losing control. Everyone is saying you beat me up. It's humiliating. If you have to gang up on Park Jin-woo, what does that say about you? Park Jin-woo, a brute who only knew how to use force, took the bait. He insisted on a one-on-one fight, but his moves were big and easy to counter. What a waste of muscle. Losing his temper, Park Jin-woo charged in with everything he had, confident in. But Yun-sung remembered Jung Do-chul's lesson. Keep your distance. Strike repeatedly until your opponent can no longer stand. Today, Yunsung had to instill real fear in everyone. No matter how strong a bully, he was still just a student. Faced with the demon-like Yunsung, Park finally broke. Tell me honestly, were you the one who jumped me before? Say it out loud for everyone. Park Jin-woo was scared out of his wits. He stammered. If it weren't for him, none of this would have happened. Please don't hit me again. Yunsung then turned to the others. Don't you ever lay a finger on Park Jin-woo again? Then Yunsung kicked Park Jin-woo hard in the jaw. If I see you touch him again, I'll come for every single one of you. After this, Yunsung warned Park Jin-woo to stay away in the future, so he wouldn't get dragged into more trouble. But Park Jin-woo grabbed Yunsung's hand and insisted, even if it happens again, I'll still stand up for you. Seeing he couldn't change Park Jin-woo's mind, Yunsung laid it all out. You think these fights are accidents? I'm the one provoking them. I'm going to wipe out every single bully, even if I lose everything I have. Just know I'm out for revenge. If you can't even beat someone like Park Jin-woo, it's better you stay out of my business. Let's end things here. You just wouldn't be able to handle it. At that moment, Shin Young-min was racking his brain, wondering how to spend all this money. He couldn't believe bullying a few students had earned him hundreds of thousands so easily. Suddenly, the back door of the classroom was kicked open. It was Kim Yeon-sung. He stared at Shin Young-min, his voice cold and vicious. Shin Young-min had never been insulted like that before. He was about to explode, but Kim Yeon-sung didn't give him a chance. Launching a kick straight at him, Shin Young-min quickly raised his arms to block. Who the hell are you? How do you just attack someone without even introducing yourself? Kim Yeon-sung said nothing, charging in with his fists. Who the fuck are you? He noticed the guy seemed to have some fighting skills, but his punches were weak in his moves. The next second, however, a powerful blow hammered into his gut. Shin Young-min coughed up blood on the spot. I'm Kim Yeon-sung, the one you've been looking for. Now that the kid finally spoke, Shin Young-min demanded to know why he was here, but instead, he grabbed a chair and smashed it down. Shin Young-min thought he was crazy for using a chair in a fight, but this was all part of Yeon-sung's plan. He had to keep the pressure on, never letting up, or he would lose. Shin Young-min had been forced to defend the entire time, but he finally struck back, grabbing. You are not walking out of this classroom alive. Yeon-sung raised his arm to block, only for Shin Young-min to copy him and suddenly change the angle of attack. You think you are the only one who can fake me out? He knew from the start that he was not a match for Shin Young-min. He hadn't come here expecting to walk away unscathed. Instead, he was waiting for a single shot and he bet everything on it. Seizing the right moment, Yeon-sung grabbed Shin Young-min's leg. With a burst of force, he hurled both of them toward the window. This classroom was on the top floor, falling out would mean death or worse. Luckily, Shin Young-min managed to cling to the window ledge for dear life. He was utterly terrified. A classmate shouted, "Somebody pull that lunatic away." Though Shin Young-min survived, he was now completely terrified of Kim Yeon-sung. This was especially true when Yeon-sung leaned in and whispered a threat. You think this is over? The moment you laid a hand on my friend, you doomed yourself. The next chance I get, I'll drive a chair leg through the back of your skull. I want you to remember for the rest of your life. This is what happens when you cross me. A classmate asked if Shin Young-min was all right. Why are you asking me that? Didn't you see me beat that guy up? But don't you think you should get your back checked out at the hospital? Soon after, someone reported to the homeroom teacher that Yeonsung had beaten up Park Jinwoo in the bathroom. The teacher thought this would be a big mess, especially since the principal had just declared they were aiming to make the school a national model. But when he got to the office, the principal told him to drop it. Myungjin Construction's eldest son, Go Chang-byum, has agreed to sponsor the school. But only on one condition. So this time, we'll pretend nothing happened. I'm not making you do this for free. When it comes to school bonuses and rewards, you'll be first in line. And with Kangsong's new housing projects, Go Chang-byum has quietly set aside over a dozen units for us. Prices are climbing fast. Shouldn't you grab a few for yourself? Just keep doing what you always did to protect students. The teacher instantly understood and promised to handle everything perfectly. Seeing how well he played along, the principal said, "Just call me Big Bro from now on." The two of them immediately put on a show of brotherly affection. They had the same goal: get Kim Yoon-sung safely through graduation and enjoy the shelter of my young Jin. While they daydreamed about their bright future, someone burst in shouting, "Kim Yoon-sung's!" They both flew into a rage. Who the hell dared do it? Shin Young-min was furious. Yeon-sung had been the aggressor. The principal and teacher, clearly colluding, refused to listen to a word he said. I almost got thrown off the top floor. Tons of people saw it. But what matters is whether anyone believes those witnesses. Kim Yoon-sung is the model student of the entire school. Who do you think people will side with? Shin Young-min swore under his breath. The teacher grabbed his collar. And your punishment will get even worse. The teacher's brazen corruption was both familiar and strange. He realized these two adults were as rotten as the system they upheld. In the end, he lowered his head and admitted fault. But Shin Young-min wasn't ready to give in. He decided to use some of his payout to hire Choi Tae-jun for help. Choi Tae-jun was the intermediary responsible for recruiting muscle for. If the hired thugs failed, the responsibility would fall entirely on him. This tactic of using connections to cover up trouble was precisely Golden Circle's style. Any student who crossed Yeon-sung was expelled, with the principal and teachers protecting him at all costs. Choi Tae-jun went to the principal himself. I heard 4 students were recently sent to the ER and expelled from your school. But the one who heard them, Kim Yoon-sung, only got a slap on the wrist. Frankly, this is serious enough for a police case. If so, I'll pursue this to the very end. The principal was unfazed by the threat. We only wanted to protect the students' futures by not involving the police. We've already reported everything, so do whatever you want. Choi Tae-jun replied, I'm a man of my word. The principal's face remained unchanged. Choi Tae-jun then went to the police station. However, the police stated that Kim Yeon-sung's actions were entirely self-defense. Furious, Choi Tae-jun threatened to expose the incident. You know how powerful the internet can be, don't you? This is Daesan. Choi Tae-jun was now completely out of options. He hadn't expected this place to be so corrupt. He tried to use money to uncover Kim Yeon-sung's connections, but found that no one would take the bait. Every public official openly protected Kim Yeon-sung. And Golden Circle never let a failure go unpunished.
His whole life could be ruined. Our objective isn't to eliminate Kim Yeon-sung, but to drag his grades down. I don't care how you do it. Just lower his scores and the job is done. You'll pay a heavy price too. Shin Young-min cursed under his breath. That bastard promised to back me up, but now he's chickening out and dumping everything on me. Just as he was stewing over what to do next, someone smacked him in the back of the head. A familiar voice said, "I told you to watch your back, Shin Young-min." But Kim Yeon-sung's words made him freeze. Is that job really more important than your own life? I heard the client went to the principal, so I know exactly what situation you're in. But let me remind you, my young Jean Construction's eldest son is my guardian. You've bitten off more than you can chew. Don't think expulsion will save you. I'll do everything I can to open a criminal case against you. You'll have a permanent record, and once you're out of jail, my young Jean Constructions people will come for you. They'll make sure you can't survive in Daesung. If you want to live like a human being, you'll have to leave Daesung for good, but even if you run, I won't let you go. My goal is simple. Whoever lays a hand on me, I'll destroy them. If you want to live like a person here, grit your teeth and endure it. The next day, Shin Young-min came to school covered in bruises. Everyone whispered, Kim Yeon-sung must have jumped him after school. In reality, Shin Young-min could have easily defeated Yeon-sung if he chose to fight back. But Jung Jean Construction's power had made him untouchable in the city, and now it was his cage. If he simply let Yeon-sung go, the Golden Circle would destroy everything he had. Better to be expelled and have a criminal record than lose everything. Losing control, Shin Young-min slammed his head against his desk in frustration. He never should have taken the money or the job. Even a small drop in grades could buy him time. When I get overwhelmingly top marks, all the hidden resentment will explode. Shin Young-min, desperate to survive, the Golden Circle forced to complete their task, and when all of them explode at once, I'll finally get what I want. It might be dirty to use the principal and Jung Jean Construction's tricks, but as long as I get what I want. After that, no one at this school will dare touch me. The fortress I've built with violence gives me a peace of mind I've never felt before. At the same time, he was working hard to improve his fighting skills. Young Do-chul was very satisfied with his pupil. If it weren't for the money between them, he might have told him to go pro. Just as Kim Yeon-sung finished training and was about to leave, a familiar voice called out from the doorway. My name is Park Jin-woo. I'm the one who booked a consultation for fighting lessons. When Park Jin-woo learned that Yeon-sung had provoked Shin Young-min, and that the two had nearly fallen out the window, if you touch anyone close to me, you'll bring disaster upon yourself. Park Jin-woo couldn't understand why Yeon-sung had become so different. Now his only goal was to risk everything to wipe out the bullies. Still, since Yeon-sung had chosen this path, how could his best friend abandon him? So Park Jin-woo came to Young Do-chul's gym. Kim Yeon-sung tried to persuade the coach not to take him, offering to pay the extra tuition himself. Young had already guessed at their relationship. But what Young didn't expect was that Park Jin-woo wanted to help Yeon-sung take down the bullies. Do you think my gym exists to teach people how to use violence to solve their problems? Park Jin-woo tore off his bandage, revealing the bruises on his face. The violence in school isn't as simple as adults think. If Yeon-sung hadn't helped me, I might have died on the bathroom floor.
I'm not giving up on a friend like that. Here's all the money I have. Young pounded the table in frustration. Their situation was truly dangerous. After a fierce struggle, Young finally gave in. Come to the gym tomorrow. As soon as Park Jin-woo walked out of the room, a pair of gloves came flying at him. Kim Young-sung said, judging by your face, the coach must have agreed to take you. But I haven't. So you'll have to prove yourself to me. Even if you end up in hell like I did, you need the will to claw your way back out. Let's see how far that so-called friendship of yours can really take you. If you get involved, you might be ambushed. You could spend your life in prison. From now on, I don't consider you a friend. But Park Jin-woo just smiled. He knew Young-sung was trying to discourage him by showing off his strength, but there was something Young-sung seemed. He had once been a professional athlete. If he hadn't been confident in his fighting skills, he never would have stepped up in the first place. If it came down to a one-on-one brawl, he could have flattened any school bully long ago. But now, after Young-sung's training with young Do-chul, things were different. Seizing the moment, Young-sung pinned Park Jin-woo to the ground, then rained. As he hit him, Young-sung shouted, "Give up!" Young-sung wanted to break his will through sheer force, but Park Jin-woo stopped fighting back. He just kept laughing. Young-sung finally threw up his hands. Why go this far? You've already done enough as a friend, but in Park Jin-woo's mind. When he was young, he was constantly beaten up by bullies, while his parents simply ignored him. In that hopeless darkness, Young-sung had appeared to him. He was a ray of light in a world without sun. None of this was ever your fault. As your friend, I can't just look the other way. This is my life, and how I live it is my choice. Have either of you ever thought about giving up fighting and becoming athletes with me? I'd stake everything to put you both on the biggest stage. This wasn't just a whim for Young. He couldn't figure out why these two brothers kept getting bullied. Against ordinary people, they were unbeatable. Kim Young-sung was a genius tactician, always able to predict which move would benefit him most and never missing a single opening. Because of their financial arrangement, Young hadn't planned to bring this up, but seeing their talent, he urged Young-sung to drop out and dedicate himself to training. Convinced the boy could become a champion, but Young-sung replied that he had no interest in fighting. Every fight is nothing but pain. I only do it because I have to. If you insist on making me compete professionally, then let's end our deal here. When Young-sung walked out, Park Jin-woo chased after him. He'd made up his mind to fight by Young-sung's side, no matter what happened, with no regrets. Young-sung set 3 conditions. Second, if they ever faced a fight they couldn't win, or if it became illegal. Third, Young Jin Construction would pay him a monthly living allowance. No questions asked. If there ever comes a day when we escape this hell, I hope you'll live better than anyone. A few weeks later, the midterms for the second semester arrived. If Young-sung didn't ace this round, his whole plan would collapse. Strictly speaking, he didn't need top grades for revenge. He could have simply gathered evidence and exposed Golden Circle, but his true goal was to crush them completely. Golden Circle prided itself on a zero-failure record, so he wanted to stomp their pride into the dirt. To make himself the thorn they most desperately wanted to remove. Although Kim Young-sung had been a vegetable in the hospital for 10 years, his memories of student days. He remembered the answers to every question.
So after the exams, while his classmates were checking answers, he just waited. That's when Oh Hey-ji, the class beauty, approached him and asked why he wasn't checking his answers. Oh Hey-ji was not only cute and popular. In his past life, she'd even confessed to him, but he turned her down, explaining that romance would affect his grades. She offered to check his answers. Young-sung didn't stop her. Knowing her popularity would be useful for his revenge, soon the entire class was drawn in by her surprised reaction. No one could believe it. The next day, he called his homeroom teacher up to the rooftop. Have you heard of Golden Circle? Let me tell you what Golden Circle really is. Take your time to think it over. After Kim Young-sung achieved a perfect score on his midterm exam, the principal's phone was in. They all questioned whether the principal had given Kim Young-sung special treatment, or if he had secretly. The homeroom teacher also remarked that the test had been particularly difficult this time. It should have been impossible for anyone to get a perfect score, but the principal replied, I have high hopes for him. I can already picture Kim Young-sung becoming the top scorer in the college entrance exam. He'll get into a prestigious university with exceptional marks. Our school will finally have the chance to rise to national fame. With the backing of my young gene construction in Kim Young-sung's academic excellence, my lifelong dream can. But I have a bad feeling. Kim Young-sung might stir up trouble again. That could seriously hurt our school's reputation. Make sure he becomes a model student, both in character and academics. Now that your class has produced the top student in the school, here's a little reward for you. I hope you'll keep up the good work until Kim Young-sung graduates. After that, I'll make you a core leader of our school. The money-hungry homeroom teacher immediately replied, You can leave everything to me. Later, Kim Young-sung called the homeroom teacher up to the rooftop and revealed a secret, warning him, if anything happens to me. The homeroom teacher realized how powerful the Golden Circle was, but at this point, He asked, What should I do now? Should I try to stop Shin Young-men from coming after you? But Kim Young-sung said, No need. No matter what I do, you keep your hands off. So you'd better prepare yourself. The homeroom teacher immediately felt immense pressure. It was clear this guy was about to cause big trouble. At that moment, Shin Young-men was receiving a harsh beating from the Golden Circle's agent. If you can't take care of Kim Young-sung this time, I'll break your arm. This is your last chance. Filled with hatred for Kim Young-sung, Shin Young-men immediately gathered his subordinates to plot revenge. Someone suggested ambushing him after school and crippling him, but that would give my young gene construction an. So they had to act on school grounds, where outside forces couldn't intervene. As long as they made Kim Young-sung anxious enough to ruin his studies, that would be victory enough. Then the top dog in the second year offered an idea. Instead of hassling him one by one, why don't we all go after him together? Everyone knows the principal dreams of turning this place into a prestigious school. He'd never dare punish so many students at once. It was a good plan. A few days later, Kim Young-sung was suddenly surrounded by a group. One of them bumped into him on purpose and cursed, "Watch it, asshole." Immediately another came up, slapped him on the head and shouted, "Are you blind or?" Then the crowd closed in, saying, "You bumped into someone and didn't even apologize. What's your problem?" Without a word, Kim Young-sung threw a punch. He'd been wondering why no one had come for him yet, so this was their plan. Bring it on. Only then will I find true meaning in trampling your lives. After teaching them a harsh lesson, he spat out a threat. I'll take all of you on at once. Soon the second-year boss arrived with his gang to face Kim Young-sung. Kim Young-sung said, "Fighting in the classroom doesn't do you any good. How about we move somewhere teachers rarely go?" facing so many upperclassmen, Kim Young-sung clearly wasn't their match.
He pointed at the students watching from above. I assume you guys care about your reputation.
A whole gang beating up one person would be humiliating if word got out, right?
Of course, if you're scared, then never mind.
His taunt worked perfectly. The second strongest bully in the year stepped out first. But once I'm done with you, no one else will be needed.
He expected Kim Young-sung to go down immediately.
The bully clenched his fist again. Let's see you dodge this time.
But Kim Young-sung easily slipped away again, a sly grin tugging at his lips. Then, with a sudden heavy punch, he floored the bully. Watching from upstairs, Park Jin-woo couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This lunatic really knocked out the infamous upperclassman with a single punch. Maybe it wasn't just luck that I lost to him last time. Just as Park Jin-woo resolved never to cross him again, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind.
Park Jin-woo turned, ready to snap.
Instead, he took a punch to the face from none other than Kim Young-sung's loyal friend. Earlier, when Kim Si-woo saw Kim Young-sung about to face the second-year bullies alone.
But Kim Young-sung refused.
He explained that if Kim Si-woo got involved, the others would have an excuse to use their numbers. So Kim Young-sung said, if you really want to help me, go get revenge on Park.
Prove to me that I'm not fighting this battle alone. Park Jin-woo, furious, snapped.
Don't think you can act so cocky just because Kim Young-sung has your back.
I'd rather cripple you and get transferred than keep living like this.
But the next moment, Kim Si-woo kicked him hard in the chest.
Park Jin-woo couldn't help but question his whole existence. Can I not even beat this guy? No way could he lose face in front of so many classmates.
He charged at Kim Si-woo like a madman, only to be sent flying by a flying knee. Kim Si-woo quickly followed up, lifting his leg high and smashing it down on Park Jin-woo's face.
Meanwhile, Kim Young-sung was busy slapping the second-year boss silly.
Kim Young-sung had planned all along to challenge them one-on-one.
Now, in front of the whole school, he was beating every second-year bully. The boss realized his own reputation would be completely stolen. Now I'll be your opponent. Honestly, I respect your strength, but trying to beat us all single-handedly is.
Kim Young-sung replied coldly, that's exactly what I want, to humiliate all of you. This time, Kim Young-sung didn't dodge. He countered with a punch of his own. To his shock, Kim Young-sung actually started laughing. Bae Sung-ho never expected his opponent to go toe-to-toe with him.
Didn't Kim Young-sung realize the difference in their size?
Bae Sung-ho began to tire, but he knew giving up would earn the entire school's scorn.
When would this guy stop?
Kim Young-sung landed a punch directly on his front teeth. The sharp pain made Bae Sung-ho feel dizzy, but Kim Young-sung didn't let up. He grabbed his opponent's hair. He slammed Bae Sung-ho's face down with all his might. Seeing Bae Sung-ho collapse unconscious, the other lackeys were too scared to move. Kim Young-sung told them, don't just stand there. When Shin Young-min heard that Kim Young-sung had beaten up all the second years, he ordered his followers to.
Kim Young-sung had injured so many people.
Soon, students ran to the office to alert the teachers, while others called the.
Not long after, the principal received a call from the Education Bureau, no less.
Shin Young-min thought that with all this commotion, Kim Young-sung couldn't possibly avoid punishment. After speaking to the Education Bureau, the principal brushed off the incident with just. The teachers dismissed the students' complaints as nonsense.
The police even warned them that filing a false report would get them into trouble. Shin Youngmin's plan had failed. He cursed furiously. How are they even allowed to be teachers? And the cops won't even bother to check. Fine, I'll take care of Kim Young-sung myself with my own hands. As soon as he answered, his father's furious voice exploded. Are you trying to pick a fight with someone named Kim Young-sung? Don't you dare touch him. If you do, our whole family is finished. It turned out Shin Youngmin's father had racked up a huge amount of high-interest debt. Go Chang Byam had tracked down the loan company, claiming Myungjin Construction had a few small projects coming up and wanted there. The loan sharks were thrilled at the prospect of working with Myungjin Construction. Go Chang Byam then asked them to hand over Shin Youngmin's father's loan contracts. Shin Youngmin was livid. Just then, another voice came on the line. Hello, Shin Youngmin. Your house will soon be seized and you'll be left with a mountain of debt. All of that debt will be transferred to you. Don't even think about refusing your inheritance. From this moment on, your life is over. Don't say I didn't give you a way out. If you're willing to let Kim Young-sung beat you to a pulp and make sure no one notices your... Shin Youngmin protested. That's so dirty. Go Chang Byam snapped, nothing else matters. Winners make the rules. When the students saw Shin Youngmin show up, everyone anticipated a good show. So you finally showed up. What are you waiting for? Come on, hit me. Fuming with pent-up rage and under threat, Shin Youngmin charged at him without hesitation. To his surprise, Kim Young-sung just stood there unmoving. After all, Go Chang Byam had warned him, if you leave so much as a scratch on Kim Young-sung's face, you're finished. Kim Young-sung taunted him. You got my call, didn't you? Then, he landed a punch right on Shin Youngmin's face. Did he tell you not to lose too, obviously? You have two choices. Either kneel like an idiot and beg me, or stake your whole life on this. Hang on to your pride and fight me with everything you've got. Kim Young-sung already knew which option Shin Youngmin would choose. If there hadn't been so many classmates watching, maybe Shin Youngmin could have held back. But at his age, with everyone's eyes on him, there was no way he'd stay rational. Shin Youngmin had already decided to go all out, no matter the cost. He had watched all of Shin Youngmin's amateur fighting videos and analyzed his moves with Yoon Do-jul. Together, they discovered several tells. His counterattack was always a left hook. Whenever his footwork grew bigger, it meant he was trying to end the fight quickly, channeling all his strength into one punch. That was the best time to strike back. Kim Young-sung dodged to the side, then landed a heavy punch squarely on his face. The students watching could hardly believe what they were seeing. Kim Young-sung locked his legs around Shin Youngmin's shoulders, twisted his arms, and pulled up with all his strength. The sound of bones snapping and Shin's screams echoed across the campus. The crowd broke into a cold sweat, terrified by the demonic display from Kim Young-sung. Regardless, he had proven his strength to the entire school. Still, Kim Si-woo worried for Han-sung. As Han-sung had broken Shin Youngmin's arm, Kim Young-sung brushed off his concerns. Don't worry, even though everyone saw it, nobody is going to speak up. At that moment, the homeroom teacher walked silently past them. He cursed Kim Young-sung 1,000 times in his heart. This kid was insane. After such a disaster, how was he supposed to clean it up? Neither Myungjin Construction nor the principal were people he could afford to cross. So, he warned Shin Youngmin, first of all, your arm was broken in a fall, and it has nothing to do with. If anyone tries to drag Han-sung down, all your dirty laundry will be aired for everyone to see.
How can you act like this as a teacher? The homeroom teacher snarled. When I turned a blind eye for you before, did you remember I was a teacher? So you'd better listen to me. You know I always keep my word. Meanwhile, local Golden Circle boss Kangtaegu was being punished. He begged for one more chance, promising he would succeed this time, even if it meant stabbing Hansung with a knife. The middleman said coldly, "Don't you understand the basic rules of this circle? We are supposed to use school bullying to satisfy the client, perfectly hiding their identity. If you expose our secret, can you bear the consequences?" He added, "This Kim Young-sung is something, but at the end of the day, he is just a small fry." A week later, as soon as Shin Youngmin got out of the hospital, he received some news. Kim Young-sung said, "If you tell me who really hired you, I'll let you off here." Shin Youngmin hadn't expected Hansung's revenge to continue. Kang Tae-gu had only sent a single, terse message. The commission was over, nothing more. Shin Youngmin felt a surge of desperation. "If you want to punish me, do it now." Both men terrified Shin Youngmin. He arrived home to find the place a wreck. His father, seeing him, immediately started beating him. "Now our family is finished. This is all your fault. You've destroyed everything I worked so hard to build for the first time." Shin Youngmin felt true fear. He couldn't believe this was happening. How could a single student destroy his family? At that moment his phone rang. Before long, Shin Youngmin was kneeling on the ground, begging for forgiveness. "I shouldn't have taken the Golden Circle's job. I thought too highly of myself. I truly want to tell you who hired me, but I'm just a nobody. Please just let me off this time. I'll even be your underling if you want." Kim Young-sung replied, "Why should I forgive you? I warned you long ago. If you make a mistake, you pay the consequences. I do believe you genuinely don't know who the client is. The Golden Circle would never trust a small fry like you with that kind of information. Still, since you're begging so pitifully, I'll give you a chance. From now on, all you have to do is survive for 1 month. Show me your sincerity, and perhaps I'll consider forgiving you. You'll just have to find out for yourself." Showing his face at school after all that. The class muttered, "Look at him." But when Shin Youngmin glared back at them, they all quickly fell silent. Afraid. If this was all Kim Young-sung had in mind, Shin Youngmin figured he could endure it for a month. After that, he could settle scores and restore his reputation. Then he noticed even the class coward was staring at him. Even a loser like Han Myung-hoon dares to look me in the eye now. Just endure it. But Han Myung-hoon marched straight up to him and dumped an entire carton of milk over his head. Shin Youngmin was about to explode. But Han Myung-hoon said, "Do you know Kim Young-sung? He told us we could treat you this way. How does it feel?" A few days earlier, Kim Young-sung had gathered his classmates and listed all the things Shin Youngmin had done to him over the years. "If I hadn't beaten him, I wouldn't be standing here now. For the next month, no matter how you bully Shin Youngmin, he won't fight back. Of course, I'm not forcing anyone. If none of you want to join in, then Shin Youngmin will graduate smoothly and without trouble. But those of you he's bullied will carry those scars for life. Remember, in this world, no one else can fight your battles for you." Once, just making eye contact with Shin Youngmin had gotten him targeted. At school, he'd been nothing more than a toy for others' amusement. He'd always told himself he'd be free after graduation.
But suddenly he wondered, would Shin Youngmin even remember him after graduation? Would he feel a shred of guilt even for a second? The answer was obvious.
Trying to fill the holes in his heart, Han Myung-hoon realized he had to take action himself. At that moment, he finally believed Kim Yansung's words.
Han Myung-hoon sneered. Idiot. Feels pretty good to me. He spat into Shin Youngmin's bowl. Do you remember? I'll never forget. You made me eat every last bite, you bastard.
With Han Myung-hoon leading the way, more and more classmates began to take revenge on.
Some mocked him, mimicking his old insults.
Shin Youngmin had done the same to nearly everyone before.
No sooner had he left the restroom than someone whacked him with a bottle.
All the students he'd bullied joined forces to surround him. He was like a cornered rat, and not a single person pitied him.
But the memory of Kim Yansung's terrifying gaze sent a chill down his spine. 1 month, that's all.
Meanwhile, Kim Yansung was still searching for the mastermind behind everything. He had narrowed it down to 4 suspects, but couldn't yet pinpoint the real culprit. He needed to focus on the target directly in front of him.
To Kim Yansung, those kicking and punching Shin Youngmin, and the teachers who pretended nothing was happening, were all. His next plan could now begin.
Soon, Shin Youngmin received a text message.
As long as you follow my instructions, you'll never be bullied again.
It felt like a lifeline, and he agreed immediately.
But Kim Yansung just sneered. That night, Shin Youngmin arrived at a convenience store entrance.
After struggling with himself for a long time, he put on a mask and a hat. The store clerk inside was none other than Park Min-chul, the former school bully who had tormented. Shin Youngmin walked in without a word, grabbed Park Min-chul by the hair, and slammed his head down hard onto the counter.
Park Min-chul asked nervously, "Are you trying to rob me?"
At that moment, Park Min-chul realized the guy looked familiar. Even with the mask, that hair and those eyes were obviously Shin Youngmin's.
The other 2 who had dropped out after bullying Kim Yansung were also beaten up by him.
They couldn't understand why Shin Youngmin was now coming after them. One of them wanted to call the police, but Park Min-chul stopped him.
This guy is crazy. If we provoke him, we'll only get into more trouble. Let's just consider this bad luck.
If we ever see him again, pretend we don't recognize him. So all the little thugs have gathered here.
Park Min-chul asked, "Why are you doing this? We never did anything to you." Shin Youngmin replied, "Because Kim Yansung caught me by the leash.
As long as I make you guys live in hell for a month, he'll let me off."
Do you know what that means?
With that, Shin Youngmin charged at them. As he beat them, he said, "Don't blame me.
You brought this on yourselves." That sent Shin Youngmin into a rage. If you'd handled him back then, I wouldn't be the one getting bullied now. And now you dare fight back?
I'm Shin Youngmin, the king of the school.
If I can't have a good life, then nobody gets one.
Just as it seemed Shin Youngmin was seriously going to kill them, Park Min-chul, driven to desperation.
You've gone too far. We already dropped out and are working because of you. At that moment, Shin Youngmin finally understood Kim Yansung's true purpose.
He wanted them to destroy each other, to tear themselves apart without him even lifting a finger. The next day, news that Shin Youngmin had been stabbed spread throughout the school. What surprised the students most was that the culprit was Park Min-chul. Not only did both of them admit to everything, they even begged to be sent to jail as soon as possible.
They said they never wanted to stay in Daesung City again. But Kim Young-sung wasn't done with them yet.
He told Go Chang Byung, when these four get out of prison, make sure they go right back in.
I don't want them to live a single normal day in this society. Go Chang Byung was shocked. I never want to be your enemy. I haven't gotten anything out of it yet.
Kim Young-sung urged him to stick it out a little longer.
Just do as I say. Back when Kim Young-sung was incapacitated, the real estate industry was booming.
Unfortunately, a fatal accident occurred at one of Myeongjin construction sites.
A worker was struck by falling rebar. He didn't want any delays that might disrupt the schedule.
So, the foreman insisted on reporting up the chain before taking any action.
It wasn't until 2 hours later that the worker was finally taken to the hospital.
By the time his son arrived, his father was already dead.
The real estate company refused to classify it as a workplace injury or pay any.
This caused a massive hit to Myeongjin Construction's reputation. At that time, Go Chang Byum was wandering around the site, unaware that he was about to face the turning. He was itching to go to a bar instead, but he knew Kim Young-sung wouldn't have sent him there.
Watching Kim Young-sung deal with all those school bullies so decisively, Go Chang Byum couldn't help but imagine his own. Suddenly, a loud crash rang out outside.
There had been a collapse during a concrete pour.
But don't worry, sir.
I'll contact headquarters right away and keep everything under wraps so word doesn't leak out.
Do you have any idea how serious this is? Go Chang Byum was shaken inside.
Kim Young-sung had told him, if you ever face a major accident at the bottom, don't. The workers' lives come first.
The foreman protested. If word gets out, there will be delays and losses. Go Chang Byum replied forcefully, I'm in charge now.
Get every rescue team here and do everything you can to save the trapped workers. I'll take full responsibility for the consequences. A worker in a white helmet stepped forward to explain. To speed up construction, the crew pulled out the supports before the concrete had set. As a result, the rebar didn't bond at all, causing the collapse. If we had waited for it to cure properly, none of this would have happened.
Go Chang Byum asked, why are you telling me this? Will you take responsibility for what happened? What could be more important than a human life?
Even if this building faces problems in the future, the only thing that matters right now is saving lives.
If you have time to talk, use it to get the rescue team back on the line. Thanks to the timely rescue, most of the construction workers escaped with their lives.
However, the company assistant remained very worried.
Several online media outlets had reported on the accident from a negative angle. Headquarters could no longer stop the news from spreading. So, what do we do now?
The assistant looked at him in shock.
Didn't you already have a plan when you decided to save those people? Plan?
I only called in the rescue teams because I didn't want anyone to die.
The assistant asked why he wasn't answering. Go Chang Byum replied, don't worry about it.
Once his father's calls finally ceased, Go Chang Byum quickly reached out to Kim Young-sung for instructions on. When he got home, his younger brother, Go Chang Seok, began berating him.
How could you act on your own without reporting to the higher-ups? Human lives are important, but you've ruined our company's reputation. Did you ever consider how much this would cost us? If we can't sell our properties in the future, can you take responsibility for that?
Their father added, because you called for rescue, the journalist got to the scene right away. Earlier, on the phone, Kim Yoon-sung had told him, your father cares deeply about construction quality, but how do you think he will react? So you need to follow his lead. At that moment, Go Chang-byum gave a shocking answer. His father scolded him sternly. You think banks lend money for free? Not to mention what we've already invested. Do you really think that's necessary? Recently, the news has been full of shoddy construction scandals. If we only patch up the collapsed building, no one will buy it. And who caused all this in the first place? You're wrong, Go Chang-byum said. We can't just focus on the money. We need to rebuild our reputation by constructing high-quality properties. If we admit fault and demonstrate our strict commitment to quality, our reputation will eventually recover. This will become the foundation of Myeongjin Construction. Go Chang-seok mocked him. Our company is about profit, not ideals. My eldest son has finally woken up. It's that we made such a basic, disgraceful mistake in our construction. Such a low-level error only ruins our reputation. Houses are for people to live in. Chang-byum, you did well this time. I thought you'd become a useless playboy. But you're starting to remind me of myself. Hearing this, Go Chang-seok nearly ground his teeth to dust. Afterward, Go Chang-byum turned to Kim Yoon-sung for advice. Kim Yoon-sung told him, first, take care of the victims of the accident. The first group includes people who had already bought homes. Promise to cover their mortgage interest due to the construction delay and lower the sale price. Their complaints will soon disappear. The second group consists of the injured workers. Approach them sincerely and take care of all their needs. Make them feel that being a Myeongjin construction worker is something to be proud of. Following this advice, Go Chang-byum not only gave them generous compensation, but the workers' families were moved to tears. Through all this, Go Chang-byum learned a lot. He told his assistant, I used to see this company as nothing but a money-making machine. I just wanted to finish buildings and sell them as fast as possible. But now I see how many people devote everything to this job. They want to support their families, and they spend their life savings to buy our homes. I used to take my position for granted, living only for pleasure. The assistant hadn't expected the young master to change so much. It felt a bit strange. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Why are you smoking here?" Go Chang-byum instantly reverted to his old ways. There goes my serious mood. Get lost, or I'll smash up the whole hospital. Thanks to Kim Yoon-sung's guidance, Go Chang-byum not only won his father's approval, but also earned. As someone who had always been arrogant and brash, the praise took some getting used to. This was especially true when one of the workers' families even brought him homemade snacks. Go Chang-byum complained that it made him uncomfortable, but he ate heartily nonetheless. Just then, a subordinate came running. "Sir, there's a visitor for you. They said it's a TV crew, and headquarters has already approved it." But the worker replied, "They want to interview you." This caught Go Chang-byum completely off guard. Had he done something wrong? At that moment, Go Chang-byum's father was watching the news report. Jungjin Construction's decision to rebuild the complex shocked everyone. While this decision would increase the company's losses, it also demonstrated their. Next came the interview with Go Chang-byum.
Not only that, you've taken responsibility for the accident by ordering A. Why did you make such an unusual decision?
Since I was young, he always told us that our work isn't just about making money, but about building a family business.
Just then, his father's phone rang.
On the other end, someone praised him for raising such an outstanding eldest son and expressed interest in. Right after a marriage agency called, hoping to arrange meetings with the daughters of judges, and when he had reached out to them before, they had turned him down.
He told his secretary, "From now on, you don't need to forward anymore."
Then he asked her about the company's situation.
She replied, "Many companies and agencies are eager to sign contracts with us now. These include several office buildings for S Group, 3,000 units of redevelopment in Gangnam. Even Dyson City called.
They want to finalize the 5,000-unit residential project we discussed and hope to announce."
This is exactly the opportunity the chairman has been waiting for. Not long after, Go Chang-byum received stunning news.
The chairman was appointing him as an executive director of Myeongjin Construction. Suddenly, all eyes were on him with respect. Normally, these people had looked at him as nothing more than a spoiled brat. More than that, most of them had always been supporters of his brother, Go Chang-seok. His father then told him to get involved in the Dyson City project as well.
"It's a little early, but you'll learn a lot in the process." Go Chang-byum bowed deeply. "I look forward to working with everyone." Soon, Kim Yoon-sung heard the news.
Things were moving much faster than he had expected.
Go Chang-byum's involvement in the project was supposed to come later. Go Chang-byum was supposed to use this accident to secure his position.
Instead, Chairman Go Myeongjin had immediately promoted him to executive director.
This unforeseen development caught Kim Yoon-sung off guard.
He realized he would need to predict every variable with even more precision from now on. He couldn't afford a single mistake.
That was when a luxury car pulled onto the school grounds. Kim Yoon-sung recognized it as Go Chang-byum's, but why was he coming? He hadn't mentioned anything about this in his messages.
"I'm here to thank you for looking after my brother these past few months." The principal put on his most sincere smile.
"I was only doing my duty as an educator."
Go Chang-byum replied, "Even so, I'd like to show my appreciation."
"So I'm giving your school a new gymnasium." The principal was overjoyed. A state-of-the-art gym was the hallmark of a top school.
He immediately began flattering Go Chang-byum, promising that the whole school would support.
Then, Go Chang-byum said, "Could you call someone else in for me?"
Lately, rumors had been spreading that the teacher had taken bribes, all because he'd publicly disciplined. Go Chang-byum told him, "Don't worry about what others say. You chose to stand with me, so I'll make sure you rise through the ranks here. I hear you like to relax after work at the bar. I've already arranged things with the city's biggest club. I've also prepared a crate of vitamin drink stuffed with cash. Don't forget to take it home with you. From now on, remember, the one backing you isn't just some rich parent, but the most powerful."
Once everything was settled, Go Chang-byum met Kim Yoon-sung face to face.
"If you want to help me become chairman, you'll need my power sooner or later. So let's work together and give each other as much support as we can. If you need anything right now, just say the word. Whatever it is, I'll make it happen for you."
Kim Yoon-sung didn't hold back, directly asking, "How much money are you willing to?" Not long after, the homeroom teacher announced a major piece of news. Manhwa Construction had invested a huge sum in the school.
As a result, the school would award a 10 million won scholarship fund. Any student who paid attention in class and showed real potential would be eligible to receive a portion. The moment students heard about the 10 million won, their faces lit up with anticipation. But when the teacher announced that the first scholarship recipient was Kim Yoon-sung, disappointment swept across the room. Many students wondered why bother with such theatrics.
They might as well just hand him the money.
This sentiment grew stronger when the teacher then named Kim Si-woo as the second recipient.
Now everyone was convinced there was something fishy going on.
Sure, Kim Yoon-sung had Manhwa Construction behind him, and he'd also top.
But what did Kim Si-woo have to offer? How did he deserve a scholarship?
Soon, rumors began swirling about Kim Yoon-sung's connection to Manhwa.
Some whispered, could he be the chairman's illegitimate son?
He tried to slip away quietly, only to find Kim Yoon-sung waiting for him just around the
Hinsung crooked a finger, beckoning him over.
The student who turned out to be Jo Jae-in, known as the school's loudspeaker, broke out in a cold sweat already.
But Hinsung didn't beat him up. Hinsung then said to Jo Jae-in, no need to be scared. As long as you do me a favor, you'll be safe.
Yes, the scholarship selection is unfair, but you should know there's no limit to the number of recipients. Anyone could win one, even someone with grades as bad as yours. So, I want you to spread this message to every student, and add one more detail. The next day, all sorts of rumors were flying around school. Supposedly, Manhwa Construction Scholarship existed to reward those close to Kim Yoon-sung. The new rumor claimed that only Kim Si-woo had stood up for him in the past, which is why he received the scholarship. The scholarship had no cap on recipients. Word was, he planned to use the school as a base to wipe out every school bully in. Rumor also had it that he would welcome any student willing to help him, regardless of past grievances. Most students took the gossip with a grain of salt. However, second-year boss Bae Si-young-ho took it seriously, hoping he could get a scholarship just. If Kim Yoon-sung needed muscle, Bae Si-young-ho was more than up for the job. Privately, Bae Si-young-ho sought out Jo Jae-in to get the truth. Jo replied, I'm only telling this to you. Then use it as a base to sweep aside all the surrounding schools. If someone can step up and show their strength and loyalty now, Kim Yoon-sung will definitely reward them. Bae Si-young-ho knew there was a lot of money at stake, but he worried Kim Yoon-sung wouldn't accept someone who had. Still, he decided to give it a shot. The money was too important to pass up. Do you have a moment? Bae Si-young-ho quickly apologized for what happened before, but Kim Yoon-sung told him to get to the point. Bae Si-young-ho stated he really needed money. I won't let you down. Kim Yoon-sung agreed, but said there would be a test first. Soon after, Bae Si-young-ho gathered all the third-year school bullies. They assumed he was trying to take Shin Youngmin's place as boss, and were ready to put him. But when Bae Si-young-ho showed up, everyone saw his face was swollen like a pig's head. He told them, listen up all you third years. From today, I'm Kim Yoon-sung's man. If anyone doesn't want to join him, raise your hand. But if you do, I'll beat you so bad you won't be able to take care of yourself. What I need right now is a loyal dog. You do what I say and take whatever reward I give you. But when I saw that transfer hit my account, it was all worth it. Kim Yoon-sung promised me, as my dog, you'll get another scholarship tomorrow. Stay loyal and I'll keep rewarding you. But if you ever turn on your master, I'll tear you to pieces. Bae Si-young-ho wondered if he had lost all dignity. He was being treated like a dog. 5 million won was more than he could ever earn with his fists in his entire life. Next, Bae Bae Si-young-ho called all the third-year bullies together. He announced that from now on, everyone had to follow Kim Yoon-sung. Bae Si-young-ho used his fists to change their minds. Don't think I've always been obedient because I was afraid of you. It was only because of that monster, Shin Young-min. Now that he's gone, you'd better think twice about your own strength. Remember this. From now on, Kim Yoon-sung is our god. You do whatever he says. And one more thing. It's true that sucking up to Kim Yoon-sung will get you a scholarship. So from now on, you'd better worship our god unconditionally. He'll never be stingy with his rewards. The next day, when Park Jin-woo heard about this, he thought Bae Si-young-ho had lost his mind. He had offended Kim Yoon-sung before, and now he had turned into his obedient dog. And there's no way Kim Yoon-sung would just hand over that much money right away. Then, he noticed a crowd of students gathered around the bulletin board. To his shock, it announced that Bae Si-young-ho was a scholarship recipient. What exactly was Kim Yoon-sung's relationship with Myung-jin Construction? It made sense for Bae Si-young-ho, but why did that loudmouth Jo Jae-in get a scholarship too? Jo Jae-in told him, I just did what Kim Yoon-sung asked, and I got a scholarship. Be careful from now on, and don't ever cross Kim Yoon-sung. Or you'll end up just like Shin Young-min. Park Jin-woo couldn't believe it. Kim Yoon-sung really was turning Chanel High into his own kingdom. How was he supposed to have a peaceful school life now? I heard Golden Circle was supposed to be the best. That's why I hired you. If you can't get rid of Kim Yoon-sung, I'm telling the other members you're all hype and no results. The middleman replied confidently, don't worry. This time, we're sure to succeed. He was to transfer into Chanel High specifically to eliminate Kim Yoon-sung. Initially, the principal was reluctant to accept him. However, the city's education director had personally requested the transfer. Choi Tae-jun claimed the director was a friend of his father's, but the principal didn't believe him for a second. Such a forced transfer would be grounds for disciplinary action if reported. Was Choi Tae-jun truly a mercenary from the Golden Circle? The principal decided, even if he is, I won't let him run wild here. He then warned Choi Tae-jun, Chanel High is a prestigious school. If you break the rules, I don't care if your father is friends with the education director. Choi Tae-jun nearly sneered at the threat. 6 months prior, when Choi Tae-jun first joined the Golden Circle, he had tried to establish. Now he realized he could use Park Jin-woo to gather information about the school. Park Jin-woo remarked that the school wasn't particularly special. There's this guy Kim Yoon-sung. Whatever you do, don't mess with him. He's not only skilled at fighting, but he also has powerful connections. Didn't you say you were the boss here? Why are you so scared of him? Just trust me, stay away from him. The Golden Circle had assigned Choi Tae-jun a mission. Forced Kim Yoon-sung to drop out within 6 months. To Choi Tae-jun, this sounded easy. All he had to do was relentlessly bully Kim Yoon-sung until school became a nightmare. His plan was to first beat up Hain-sung, then incite everyone to ostracize him. He believed he wouldn't even need 6 months. 1 month would be sufficient. Within the Golden Circle, an S rank was nearly impossible to achieve nationwide. Even a B rank indicated an individual was already above the national average. Despite being only a first year, Choi Tae-jun had achieved a B rank in their testing. He asked Park Jin-woo to show him Hain-sung's classroom. Unfortunately, Kim Yoon-sung happened to be there.
Park Jin-woo felt a surge of dread. "Hey asshole, what are you staring at?" Park Jin-woo's face went white with fear. "I wasn't even looking at you. Are you just trying to pick a fight with me? You'd better think carefully about whether you can handle the consequences." Before Choi Tae-jun could answer, someone punched him. Choi Tae-jun was completely stunned. Park Jin-woo was kneeling on the floor, begging for forgiveness. "I didn't mean anything by bringing him here. Please, just let me off this time." Choi Tae-jun was bewildered. Ever since Bae Seon-ho publicly declared his loyalty to Kim Yoon-sung, the atmosphere at now, if anyone so much as spoke ill of Kim Yoon-sung behind his back, Bae Seon-ho would immediately show up with his crew for. Surprisingly, the students didn't resent this change. In fact, they rather enjoyed it. After all, back when Shin Young-min ruled the school, violence and bullying were. But ever since Bae Seon-ho received his scholarship and became Chunul's guard dog, the bullies who preyed on the school experienced a long-lost peace. Now, however, Choi Tae-jun stepped forward, openly challenging the new. Park Jin-woo immediately sensed trouble, and frantically dropped to his knees, begging Kim Yoon-sung for mercy. Choi Tae-jun looked at him in confusion. "I thought we were friends and you stabbed me in the back." But Park Jin-woo snapped back, threatening Choi. "You're just a transfer student." But when it came to blows, Park Jin-woo was no match. "Did you forget who I am? I took on the entire wrestling team by myself, and got scouted by Golden. You, who goes down in 3 punches, dare to mess with me. Now, this is entertaining." Choi Tae-jun hadn't expected such arrogance and sneered. "You're not leaving the school alive today." But just then, the bell rang. "Don't run after school. I hold grudges." Students kept shooting him dirty looks. Even when the teacher tried to assign groups, everyone objected. After class, he cornered a bespectacled student who looked like an easy target. He hoped to make an example out of someone. "Where's the transfer? Show yourself." Choi Tae-jun finally lost his patience. What is with these people? Why are they all protecting Yoon-sung? Bae Seon-ho charged in swinging. But Choi Tae-jun knocked him away with a single sharp elbow. Surprisingly, Bae Seon-ho bounced back like an unkillable cockroach. He just couldn't understand why everyone stood up for Kim Yoon-sung. Choi Tae-jun wondered if he'd missed. "Fine, have another." He grabbed Bae's head and smashed it into a desk, finally putting him out. He thought this would serve as a warning to the others, but unexpectedly the onlookers all rushed him at once. Choi Tae-jun was speechless. Wasn't one-on-one fighting supposed to be the rule? But these guys shamelessly ganged up on him. Cowards. Yet there were sneak attacks from behind as well. You'd rather lose your dignity than lose a fight. Is it just you left now? But as soon as he finished, 3 more guys jumped in. We have to gang up or we're doomed. Choi Tae-jun sneered. Bring it on. Just then, Bae Seon-ho got back up yet again. Choi advised, just stay down. Bae Seon-ho answered, don't talk to me about loyalty. That's not it. Turns out, after beating up the third-year bullies, he had received a generous red envelope from Go Chang. He thought, if I beat up Golden Circle guys, will the reward be even bigger? And even if he lost, the big boss wouldn't mind. Bae Seon-ho told everyone, this guy is even scarier than Xi and Young Min. We might not win, but even so, we can't back down. In truth, being Yoon-sung's punching bag had already earned him 5 million won, plus a 10 million won. With that kind of cash in just a few days,
How could he ever give up on Yoonsung? Bei Xianho led 10 second years into the fray, but they still weren't a match for. This brawl made Choi Tae-jun hate the school from his very first day. Normally, when someone lost a fight, it was over. But these guys fought like maniacs, never letting up. If there were any more crazies like this, he'd really be in trouble. Choi Tae-jun thought to himself, this guy has turned the school into a fortress. If that's the case, I'll just have to go all out and break through. As long as I break one of Kim Yoon-sung's arms, the middleman can report a success up the chain. As soon as Choi Tae-jun walked out of the classroom, someone deliberately bumped into him. It was none other than Kim Yoon-sung's homeroom teacher. It looked like he planned to deal with Choi Tae-jun personally. It turned out the teacher had already been briefed by Park Jin-woo. Park Jin-woo replied, he said to handle it, however we saw fit. That left the homeroom teacher in a bind, but no matter what, he couldn't let Choi Tae-jun off easy. Maybe this is my chance to prove my worth and get closer to him, he thought. So he decided to give Choi Tae-jun a lesson he wouldn't forget. He called Choi into the office and slapped him across the face. Choi Tae-jun was furious. You think teachers can just hit whoever they want? You'll never teach again. The homeroom teacher sneered. You really don't get it, do you? On your first day, you sent classmates to the hospital, beat up the upperclassmen, and scared your whole class. And now you threaten a teacher? Go call that influential friend of your father's and have him sue me if you dare. You think you can get me fired? Dream on, I've seen plenty like you. No one in this office will testify for you. Without evidence, I can do whatever I want to you in here. This punch is for Park Jin-woo, this one for Bae Seung-ho, and this slap is for one of the second years. That night, Choi called the middleman to vent. The teachers and students are all out of their minds. I can't take this alone. The middleman hadn't expected the situation to escalate so quickly. He tried to comfort Choi, telling him to lay low while he devised a solution. Then the middleman rushed downtown to see Moon Chang-ho, the education bureau director. He complained that the principal was ignoring him, hoping the higher-ups could apply some pressure. Moon Chang-ho immediately phoned the Dyson education supervisor. I heard a teacher at Chunil is giving special attention to a certain student. But the Dyson supervisor replied coldly. Don't you know that's overstepping? Moon Chang-ho shot back. Don't think I don't know about the skeletons in your education system. The Dyson supervisor then played his trump card. If you really want to fight, are you sure you'll escape unharmed? Don't push it. If we fall out, it won't end well for either of us. Even he was a little worried. The supervisor said, honestly, I'm afraid neither of us will escape punishment. The principal reassured him, don't worry, the real opportunity comes from my engine construction successor. As for corruption, don't worry about being exposed. Your position is safe. When the class went to PE, no one told him. Choi finally lost his temper. He also reached out to other schools, hoping to pressure Chunil and completely isolate. That day at lunch, as Choi ate, Kim Young-sung suddenly sat across from him. Choi thought, maybe I should just deal with him right now. Yen-sung said, heard the days on education supervisor gave you some trouble? Choi sneered, so you're the king of this little pond?
Suddenly, someone forced Choi's face into his lunch tray. If you know I'm the king here, how dare you even show your face? Choi was then dragged off to a secluded corner. Doesn't that embarrass you? Yensung remained calm. You're strong. If we were evenly matched, I'd try to beat you fair and square. But right now, I can't. At Yensung's command, the lackeys piled onto Choi. Before he could react, Bei Shanho's fists followed. No matter how tough Choi Tae-jun was, he couldn't fight off a crowd. He thought about focusing on just one opponent. If you only had one arm left, I might be able to win, right? You're insane. Yensung grabbed him. Now, you have two choices. But I'll take your other arm and make school hell for you. 2. Become my guy. Pretend you completed Golden Circle's mission and act as my mole. You want me to betray Golden Circle? Dream on. If I gave you 100 million, would you stab him? If you won't, I'll find someone else. I'll call an ambulance right away. As long as he's left with a little injury, that's enough. Everyone froze in shock as Yansung's tone turned cold. Think about this. How many years of part-time work would it take to save up 100 million? I can give you that now in just 3 seconds. Besides, we're just students. If anything happens, we'll just say it was a prank gone wrong. Finally, Bei Shanho was tempted. Yensung replied, coolly, it's just business. Bei nodded. Just as things were about to get serious, Choi Tae-jun panicked. Yensung stopped Bei Shanho just in time. You made a good decision. I'll reward you. Then, Yensung rattled off Choi Tae-jun's address and mentioned his little sister. Warning, I'm much more ruthless than you think. If anyone blocks my way, I'll spend my life making sure theirs is ruined. One last time, which will it be? Stay loyal to Golden Circle or become my dog. At last, Choi Tae-jun was truly frightened and bowed his head. I'll be your dog. Yensung patted him on the head like he was comforting a pet. Smart choice, Bei Shanho was a little worried. Is it really okay to just let him go? Yensung grinned. If he breaks our deal, he'll learn the consequences. I'll transfer your reward and bring Jo Hee-jin here, but make sure nobody notices. The next day, Jo Hee-jin, nicknamed the loudspeaker, spread the word Kim Yensung and Bei Shanho had fallen out. Now, even if someone badmouthed Kim Yensung, Bei Shanho wouldn't stand up for him. Everyone quickly believed it and started wavering, wondering if they should ostracize Kim Yensung. But in truth, this was all part of a trap Kim Yensung had carefully prepared. Meanwhile, ever since Go Chang Bayam became an executive director at My Young Jean Construct, he called an emergency meeting with the top brass. At this rate, their father was likely to hand the company over to Go Chang Bayam. Director Kim Ki-il saw through it instantly. I'm sure there's someone helping him behind the scenes, someone we haven't identified yet. Your last scandal was leaked by someone, and only Go Chang Bayam benefited. Now he's suddenly working his way up from the construction sites, diligently clocking. His responses to accidents on site were perfectly in line with the chairman's values. Could the old Go Chang Bayam have pulled that off? This is no coincidence. The problem is, we still don't know who this person is. Over the next few days, Go Chang-suk had people tail his brother, but they found nothing. Go Chang-suk grew increasingly frustrated with his team. Suddenly, someone noticed unusual transactions in Go Chang Bayam's account. Large sums flowing to a school for scholarships, a gym, a swimming pool, and other ventures. But Go Chang-suk dismissed the clue, saying, "That guy always spends money recklessly. 3 years ago, he paid off a bar girl's debt and got chewed out by dad. Forget it, don't waste any more time on those transactions." He didn't answer, but a text came through, "I'm the one behind Gochang Bayam." It turned out Gochang Bayam had already realized he was being tailed. He warned Kim Yensung to be careful. "Chang-suk is probably looking for you." Kim Yensung grinned slyly. "Are you scared Chang-suk will give me even more benefits?" Yensung pressed, "Do you trust me? If you do, help me get someone else's phone number." Meanwhile, Go Chang-suk asked Kim Ki-lien. Kim replied, "Two options, recruit them to help us bring down Gochang Bayam, or if they refuse." Soon after, Go Chang-suk reached out to Kim Yensung, inviting him to join his camp. He argued, "Gochang Bayam only has a high school diploma, but I graduated from a top university. He used to just hang out in bars while I built up real experience in the company. You know as well as I do that dad is unlikely to let him inherit." Yensung replied, "Maybe, but I have a condition. I'm ready to agree to anything you ask." Chang-suk said, he didn't ask for anything special, just a seat on the board. Director Kim immediately panicked, "You're giving a board seat to someone you don't even know? We need to be careful." Chang-suk slammed the table. "Who are you to lecture me? If a capable person wants to join us, a board seat is a small price to pay. You need to see the bigger picture," but Kim insisted it's not that simple. "All of our executives have devoted over 20 years to this company. That old thinking is precisely what's holding us back. Just remember this, if I'm in charge, you won't lose out. Isn't that enough?" He had backed Chang-suk completely, but now even his own position felt unsafe. He knew Chang-suk was selfish and overbearing. Still, at least he was more invested in the company than Chang Bayu ever was. Just then, Kim Ki-il received a call from an unknown number. "I heard about Chang-suk's decision. You're not happy about it, are you? Honestly, I never wanted a board seat. I just wanted you to see the difference between Chang-suk and Chang Bayum. My engine construction is all about tradition. A board seat isn't for just anyone." If Chang-suk truly understood the chairman, he wouldn't have offered it so easily. "So, I hope you'll support Go Chang Bayum. He's not the same reckless kid he once was. I can't betray the people I've chosen." The caller replied, "It's not betrayal. I just hope your decades of work aren't thrown away in the end." A few days later, Kim Ki-il met with Go Chang Bayum and asked directly, "Who's helping you behind the scenes?" Chang Bayum just smiled. "That's something I can't say." Kim didn't press. "You used to follow the chairman around construction sites. Even helped us carry bricks. One time you fell, and I nearly had a heart attack. I always had high hopes for you. But when you got older, you changed. Myeongjin Construction only grew stronger, but you just partied and caused trouble. That's why I didn't think you were fit to be chairman. And I supported Chang-suk instead. Like your father, I've given everything to this company. I couldn't hand it to someone who couldn't even keep his own job. But lately you've changed. Now it doesn't matter who's helping you. As long as you deliver results, that's enough. I'm counting on you." Meanwhile, let's return to Kim Hyun-sung. Not long ago, Hyun-sung deliberately spread the rumor that he'd fallen out with Bai Shaun-ho. Choi Tae-jun then reported on the students' reactions. By then, Kim Hyun-sung had already narrowed his list of suspects down to 3. As the top student in the first semester,
She was always ahead, so Hyunsung's presence threatened her position. The second was Lee Jin-young. Despite his low profile, his family owned thousands of pyong of land. And the third was Choi Shona, whose father was a high-ranking official. Her grades had surpassed Hyunsung's at one point this semester, before he overtook her again. Hyunsung decided to set his trap for these three. After several days of observation, he narrowed his focus to one person. The next day, during soccer class, a girl nearby hesitated, debating whether to confess her feelings. It was Choi Shona, his main suspect. Oh, Haiji tried to dissuade her. Kim Hyunsung isn't the good student he used to be. If you date him, he might lead you astray. But Choi Shona replied, it was other people who messed with him first. Hyunsung smiled slightly. I have something to say to you too. Class was about to start, but the two still hadn't returned. Suddenly, she received a text from Choi Shona asking for help. It turned out Hyunsung had brought her to the equipment storage room. Shona was a little nervous at first, but she kept reassuring herself. He would never cross the line. Unexpectedly, he locked the door behind them. He asked, do you know why all these things have been happening to me lately? Actually, someone's been controlling things from the shadows. I've set up traps, sending different signals to 3 suspects. If she's the mastermind, she'd be thrilled. If he's behind it, he'd come looking for trouble right away. If you're pulling the strings, you'd push Golden Circle to act faster. Now that you know all this, how do you feel? Before long, Oh Haiji rushed in, anxiously asking what had happened. Had Hyunsung bullied Shona? At that moment, Hyunsung, hiding nearby, spoke up. Baffled, Oh Haiji watched as Shona obediently left. Then Hyunsung shut the door. Even though Shona was suspicious, I had reason to believe she wasn't the culprit. It turned out, I had asked Gochang Biom to investigate all 3 suspects. Her brother had taken his own life after being bullied. Her family had moved to Daesun to protect her, and because of that, she hated school violence more than anyone else. When she heard about my experiences, she had encouraged me to be brave. Shona only passed along the rumors she heard. Haiji broke free and ran towards the door. But the door was locked from the outside. With no way out, Haiji tried to reason with him. I have no reason to hurt you. I'm sure it was Shona's idea. You know her dad's a high-ranking official, and Golden Circle has connections with people like that. But Hyunsung wasn't fooled. He'd never mentioned Golden Circle in front of her. Once her cover was blown, Haiji dropped the act. You brought this on yourself. If you hadn't always been so cold, it never would have come to this. It turned out that Oh Haiji had met Kim Hyunsung several months prior. From their very first encounter, she was smitten. He was practically flawless. Afraid she would also be rejected, Oh Haiji opted to test the waters instead of confessing outright. Every time Hyunsung patiently helped her solve a difficult problem, she felt she had a chance. She even had her friends ask about his ideal type. Kim Hyunsung said, I like girls like Haiji. Cheerful girls are the most attractive to me. With a carefully chosen gift and a heartfelt letter, she finally summoned up the courage to confess to him in person. But she was rejected all the same. Her resentment toward Hyunsung deepened. Oh Haiji demanded angrily. Didn't you say I was your type? But I never thought things would go this far. I just wanted you to know what despair felt like. I swear I will never do something like this again. Please just let me go. Kim Hyun-sung replied calmly, I didn't reject you because I disliked you. I just don't have time for a relationship. The snacks and gadgets you bought on a whim. Even if I did like you, I would still have to say no for a moment. Oh, Haiji thought she saw hope. If you had been honest, I would not have ended up like this. Can we not just go back to how things were? Suddenly Kim Hyun-sung grabbed her hair. It is too late for that. I am going to tear your life apart piece by piece. You will never understand why I am this cruel. Why my family did not collapse. Why I endured 10 years in hell. People like you are the ones who pushed me into the abyss and then sat back to watch the show. You better start researching which plastic surgeon is the best in town. Just then the homeroom teacher burst in, shocked by the scene. Hyun-sung replied simply. The teacher's attitude flipped instantly. If she truly is the client, then perhaps you went too far. I will handle the fallout, but Hyun-sung said no need. Just send her home. When Oh Haiji's father, Oh Chun-sen, saw his daughter's battered face, he was furious. Kim Hyun-sung and Chang Baeum, I will see both of you in jail. Before taking action, Oh Chun-san wanted to confront the Golden Circle middleman. You said you never fail. I'll make sure every client hears about this. Do whatever you want. Our business is finished. If I broke the rules, what do you think would happen to me? So I've already given all the evidence of our deal to Kim Hyun-sung. Oh Chun-san shouted, then let's all go down together. I'll report you and expose Golden Circle for what it is. Young San-soo said nothing more and hung up. Young San-soo had done this because Kim Hyun-sung had contacted him before Oh Chun-sen ever did. You're Golden Circle's local middleman, right? Young San-soo was stunned. Not only did Hyun-san know the client, but he also had his phone number. He realized instantly that Choi Tae-jun had betrayed him. Kim Hyun-san continued, you've exposed the identity of a client. Their only option is to silence you and Oh Chun-san permanently. As he spoke, two men with knives appeared silently behind Young San-soo. Do you want to live? Then do exactly as I say. Tell them I've been taken care of. The client is satisfied, and Choi Tae-jun completed the job. Meanwhile, immediately after hanging up, Oh Chun-san's doorbell rang. Hyun San-soo sat on the sofa and ordered coldly, sit down and listen. If you want revenge, call the police. But if you do, I'll release all the evidence Young San-soo just gave me. Golden Circle won't go down, but both you and Shansu will be finished. You'll go to jail and Hyaji will be implicated as well. You'll get at least 3 years and she'll get a few months at most. What do you think will happen to Hee-ji while you're gone? Oh Chun-san roared. You're threatening us? Hyun-san replied with a confident sneer. I could have him cripple Hee-ji. Ruin her eyes. Hyun San-soo slowly reached behind him, pulled out a knife and tossed it on the floor. Here's another option. Make sure this demon can never hurt anyone again. You're insane, his wife screamed. I'll call the police. He's gone. But Oh Chun-san just knelt, staring at the knife, haunted by Hyun San-soo's words. Against my young Jean construction in Gochang Baeum, they didn't stand a chance. If their lives and legacy were destroyed, who would be responsible? I told you not to spoil her too much. For the first time, she saw madness in him. To protect his status and power, Oh Chun-san was finally willing to sacrifice his own daughter. No matter how she begged, it was useless. Young Sansu asked, even if Oh Chun-san chooses the second option, you're not just letting this go, are you? Kim Hyun-san answered calmly, I have evidence of all his crimes. If he resists, I'll report him for domestic abuse. She'll be left disabled, living alone. Young Sansu was stunned by his ruthlessness. But Golden Circle will find out the truth sooner or later. I'll be a Trojan horse. You joined Golden Circle for the money, right? Work with me and you'll make more. You think my Yongjin construction alone is enough to support you? I admit, I joined Golden Circle to climb the social ladder, and Golden Circle has the power for that. I'm betting my life on you because I'm scared of them too. But you want me to trust you and my Yongjin construction to take on this kind of risk? Forget it. Then Kim Hyun-san uttered a single word. Top tiers. What if, for the next 2 years, I only have you handle the top tier members? The top tiers were Golden Circle's most elite clients. Golden Circle had special middlemen just for them, and the pay was astronomical. Most crucially, the top tier's middlemen were considered top tier members themselves. Young Sansu was stunned. He hadn't expected Hyun Sansung to know so much. How could you possibly get me a top tier only middleman position? Hyun Sansung replied, coolly, you just need to keep your mouth shut for the next month. He knew all of this because, in just a few years, everyone would know about the coming storm. Society would call it the Golden Gate Scandal, but the top tier's member list. The whole thing would quietly fade away. Just taking down Golden Circle wasn't enough, because the wealth and power behind them would never. Now, he was ready to set the next phase of his plan in motion. To utterly destroy Golden Circle, Hyun Sansung decided to recruit a prosperity partner. Kim Panho, once a university professor, had leveraged his connections to become a member of the. He gained these connections by opening doors for the children of the elite. Congressman Jang Hoyle from the rival party suddenly exposed a corruption scandal involving Kim Panho. This was the opportunity Kim Hyun Sansung had been waiting for. At that moment, Kim Panho urgently needed outside help. Kim Hyun Sansung told him, Congressman Jang holds no personal grudge against you, attacking you. I suspect he's merely acting as someone else's mouthpiece, that someone is your own party's rising star. You've expanded your power too quickly, and he wants you out of the way. But since you are in the same party, moving against you directly is too risky. As an opposition member, Jang's accusations are more convincing to the public. Kim Panho countered, even if you're right, what's your solution? Kim Hyun-san replied, very soon a drug scandal involving international students will break out. One of these students will be exposed by name. If you play this right, you can turn the tables. If you're willing to trust me, give me a call. I'll wait 1 week. A few days later, the drug scandal broke as predicted. How do you know these things? Hyun-san simply smiled. Thanks to Gochang Byam, his circle of friends hears everything. Kim Panho praised him. You've got guts and a good head. So what else have you prepared? Hyun-san answered, before I share more, tell me, are you planning to run for president? You don't have a story that moves people. You're from an elite family. Professor, lawmaker, you're part of the top 0.1% in Korea. Are you telling me to give up everything I have now? With your personality, you'd never give up. First, my engine construction will bankroll your campaign. I'll help craft your presidential image, building a story that inspires respect. You'll become the political hero who brings down the Golden Circle. Once the Golden Circle is condemned by society, if you can swiftly clean up the mess, you'll become a star overnight. Even unexpected crises. You just need to help at the critical moments. I know you're wary of trusting a student, but I suggest you investigate me quietly during this time. You'll discover I'm not just a student. I'm the strategist behind Go Chang-bong, the very advisor his younger brother has been desperately searching for. Back at school, students whispered about Oheg's sudden withdrawal. Some said she'd been hospitalized just days before, so badly injured she couldn't even walk. Kim Hyun-san hadn't expected Kim Pan-ho to go so far against his own daughter. Now, all that's left is for this power-hungry man to accept my proposal. I'll eliminate him if he learns my real identity, and then recruit someone new. Maybe I'll face an even tougher opponent. Worst case, he joins forces with the Golden Circle. Just then, someone called out to him from behind. A burly man threatened. These were Kim Pan-ho's men. I don't get it. You were never a Golden Circle victim. Why do you hate them so much? Have you ever felt the despair of being targeted for no reason? Completely powerless to fight back? Maybe someone like you with power could resist, but the Golden Circle never goes after people like you. They pick those with no strength, no way to defend themselves. Victims can't even transfer schools because that would ruin their future. The Golden Circle has already infiltrated, and the grown-ups just look the other way. At school, you get beaten. After school, you're never safe. I'm going to break this endless cycle of violence once and for all. Violence might never vanish, but Golden Circle, which profits from it, must be. Kim Pan-ho was silent for a moment, then spoke. Tell me your plan. Golden Circle maintains their ties to the powerful, only because they've never failed. But I've already convinced a middleman to submit a false report. Next, I'll transfer to a top high school in Gangnam for my senior year, and maintain my position as. In Gangnam, academic performance is everything. If the elites there discover Golden Circle couldn't handle me, their reputation will suffer. Along the way, I'll need your help to ensure I'm not expelled. The longer I last, the more passive Golden Circle becomes. Actually, I just want to experience it for myself. I've never failed. Top university, professor, lawmaker, so why not president? But if you fail even once, I'll drop you immediately and erase all evidence you ever worked for me. If you can handle that, I'll accept your proposal. She had witnessed what happened to Oh-hye and wanted to join the revenge. Her brother, too, had been killed by those people. Shona couldn't stand people like Oh-hye, self-centered, lacking all empathy, classic so. Choi Shona answered, I'll do anything. Yensung handed her a pen. When I break someone's bones, I'm prepared for my own to be broken. If you ruin someone's life, you must be ready for yours to be ruined, too. If all you have is a little resolve, how can you truly help me? Don't come to me with half-hearted intentions. To Yensung, this path was too dangerous for Shona. The same applied to his friend, Kim Siwoo. Siwoo could fight alongside him in Daesan, but not in Gangnam. One person jumping into the fire was enough. Even if Yensung left, he hoped Siwoo would live well here. Just then, Kim Si-woo said, "That guy from the cram school is back." Recently, every cram school in Daesan was fighting to recruit Kim Yen-sung. This was largely due to the principal's obsession with elite schools. To boost the school's reputation, the principal had the media report Yen-sung's perfect scores on. The man in front of him offered a deal. If Yen-sung agreed to be their star student, he would receive a 3 million won scholarship. He didn't even have to attend, just admit to having studied there. The next day, a new face appeared at the school gate, Lee Miso. She introduced herself as the administrator of the Daechi Area SkyMom Forum. This forum served as a hub for Daechi area parents to share educational information, making it a crucial. Lee Miso hoped Kim Yen-sung could tutor her and several friends' children after school. She offered 4 sessions per month at 2 million won per student, with all lessons to be held in Daesan. Unfamiliar with the forum, Yen-sung said he would need a few days to consider. That evening, he researched the forum online. He found that most posts were parents discussing daily study routines, nothing that seemed to offer. Then Lee Miso discreetly handed him a premium membership account worth 10 million won. She claimed it offered access to a secret message board, visible only to paying members. Once inside, Yen-sung's interest was piqued. During the last Life's Golden Gate incident, the fiercest backlash hadn't come from politicians. Instead, it came from parents fiercely protective of their children's futures. Their rage wasn't about Golden Circle's unfairness, but that their own children couldn't access those resources. Kim Yen-sung instantly realized how valuable this group's influence could be. So he agreed to Lee Miso's request without hesitation. The next day, Lee Miso's son and a group of wealthy kids arrived in Daesan as scheduled, but they didn't buy into. Why should a student from a small town be number 1 in the country? Some worried their parents would take away their phones and allowance, but Kang Min-woo reassured them, "If even the top student in Korea can't do anything to us." The group was hiding out in a club. Just as Kang Min-woo was about to lose his temper, Yen-sung slapped him hard across the face. "When a teacher arrives, shouldn't you at least say hello? One phone call and you're finished. Tell them your first day at cram school. You got smacked by the teacher like a dog." Yen-sung's attitude was pure street punk. He thought the teacher would be bookish and cold. Kang Min-woo immediately called his mom to complain, but when she learned he'd been hit for skipping. "Didn't I tell you to listen to your teacher? Skipping on the first day?" Kim Yen-sung grabbed the phone and put it on speaker. "Please forgive him just this once. I promise it won't happen again. Remember what I said about punishment rights?" She promised instantly. Of course, if Min-woo messes up again, you have free rein to punish him. The other parents all agreed too. Yen-sung faced the class. After class, Kang Min-woo was still fuming. He needed payback after getting hit like this. As it happened, Shin Yumi knew someone who claimed to be the local boss. Kang Min-woo asked her to call him. He wanted to teach Yen-sung a lesson. No one expected this boss to be Park Jin-woo. Trying to look cool in front of the girls, he bragged endlessly. Since Yen-sung had to train at the gym before class, Shin Yumi brought them straight there. As soon as Park Jin-woo entered, he shouted, "Who here's the student? I want to see what he's got." Shin Yumi's eyes lit up when she saw Kim Si-woo. "You know this handsome guy?"
Suddenly, Shin Yumi pointed. He's the one who hit us. Shin Yumi chased after him. Where are you going?
Park Jin-woo broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he'd nearly caused a scene.
She caught up and grabbed him. Park Jin-woo, the tutor is Kim Yen-sung, the one who hit us. Say no more and don't ever call me again.
With a look of helplessness, he muttered, I knew this would happen.
After that, the spoiled students could only quietly return to class. Yen-sung raised his voice. Wake up!
I know commuting to Daesan 3 times a week is rough, but you should at least try.
After you finish my course, if your grades don't improve, what do you think will happen? You'll just get even more tutoring, accept it.
But if your grades go up this semester, we'll cut back to once a week. I'll even talk to your parents so you can drop other cram schools.
If you follow my method, your grades will rise, and getting into college won't be a problem. Do you want to live at cram school every day, or just take my class once a weekend? Half a month later, everyone's final grades had jumped a whole tier. Lee Miso was thrilled and asked Yen-sung to keep tutoring them once a week.
We'll pay you 10 million won per student every month, and if scores go up again, there's a bonus.
Yen-sung didn't care about the money. As long as you keep your word, I'll do it. Just as she was about to leave, Yen-sung suddenly asked, what does Min-yu's father do? The truth was, he'd taken this job to get close to Kong Min-woo's father.
These families had money and power, but had never joined Golden Circle.
Kong Min-woo's father was the deputy chief prosecutor at the Central District. After finals, winter break arrived.
Zhang said, Siwoo's boxing is at a pro level, but his grappling is still weak. As for you, Yen-sung, you could challenge pro fighters, but only those ranked at the bottom because your body. Your real opponents are 30-somethings at their peak. Against them, you'd lose whether it's boxing or ground fighting. Then, coach, let's use this winter break to bulk up together. Then, they went straight to strength training, lifting dumbbells, doing pull-ups and squats. They trained 3 times and had 5 meals a day, one day. After all those hellish days running on the hamster wheel, Yen-sung wonders if he pushed too hard during training, or he was sweating coldly, and his insides felt like they would break. If the coach found out, he would reduce the intensity of the workouts.
But since he was improving, he didn't want to stop until he could handle Taijun, who was AB rank. This is just the beginning. He needs to endure because he finally has all the necessary pieces to destroy the Golden Circle, and he can't let.
He must remember all the suffering he went through before, and the desperation with which he begged for another chance. As long as he gets his revenge, everything will be worth it, even if he loses his life. Then, he goes to the coach's room, saying he needs to stop Hyun-sung before things get worse. But the coach replies, I noticed that, but Hyun-sung doesn't plan to stop. With a coach, this is something he should never do, but his decision is the same. He doesn't know what happened to Hyun-sung, but he knows he will never stop. If I try to stop him, he'll find another more dangerous alternative.
If that's the case, I'd rather be the one looking after the boy.
I was just letting him make his own decisions because I don't have the right to make them for him. In the 5th week of training, Hyun-sung hits the punching bag with a right cross. He advances once more and strikes the bag with a straight punch.
His coach analyzes, your muscles developed quite fast. They're not dense yet, but I think you can fight a professional now. The protagonist questions if the coach were his opponent.
Then he tells him to get in the ring to check for himself. They greet each other with Hyunsung asking, "Don't go easy on me." His coach evaluates, "Your reaction time is good." Until the coach spots an opening and strikes the protagonist's knee. With his confidence so high, it's easy for him to misjudge his level. He hits him in the face with his glove, so that he doesn't do something dangerous because he's in a hurry. But Hyunsung lands a hit to the stomach. The coach instantly retreats, and the protagonist thinks, "I need to create." Because no matter who he faces or under what conditions, he has to win at any cost. If he keeps making excuses about them being stronger or outnumbering him, the coach quickly advances to. But Hyunsung blocks the blow, landing a hook to his chin. Then retaliates with the same attack, but with greater intensity. His coach says, "I have no doubt that he has talent, but there are still worlds you can't reach." The protagonist loses consciousness after this, and minutes later wakes up with Sinmu asking, "Because you're not weak. The coach is a monster." However, Hyunsung starts to laugh, and Sinmu asks, "Did you finally go crazy?" The protagonist responds, "The first time I fought the coach, I couldn't even land a single blow. But this time it was different. He lost the same way, but the trainer fought seriously. He can become even stronger than this." "You're scary," Hyunsung replies. "I just trained a lot." The house he mentioned was for sale. He questions, "Why do you need it? It can't be for a shopping mall. There are better places for a factory." He reveals he got this information from Senator Kim Pano. He says, "You made an excellent decision." He was worried if he could sell it, even if he lowered it to 500,000, won per square meter. But director Chang Bao-em doubled the price. Previously, the director commented that it would become an industrial zone, and a part of the land would. The protagonist confirms, it's a prime location. They should consider the Mungjin building as a complex. Chang Bao-em then analyzes the profit he can obtain. In Hyunsung's past life, these 1,000 pyong of land were sold for. But there was a more important reason. There's a limit to development. But he questions, what if they buy this land and combine it with that? Even if it starts as low as 500,000, 1 per meter, and rises to 2 million, the land. And they should add that to the construction company's premium. It wouldn't just be his achievement. It would be an opportunity to prove himself as CEO. Back in the present, Chang Bao-em asks, "Do you know who owns that land?" He thinks, "Training severely improves my skills. But there will be problems I can't solve alone. There's still a lot of work to be done. But I'll continue preparing calmly, because spring has arrived." Somewhere in the school, the delinquents comment. His friend asks, "Didn't he just get out of reform school?" A guy with a big nose mocks them for believing that rumor. Jang Hyukjin says, "Shin Youngman is the best fighter I've ever seen." They order him, "Put out that cigarette." His friends grab Hyukjin. They tell him, "Calm down." And they beg. Because he should look at Hyunsung's name tag. Hyukjin becomes scared. On the rooftop, the protagonist says he heard about Deccan's hierarchy, and the agreement to protect their territory without fighting. He also hates bullies like Shin Youngman. So he completely cleaned up the high school. And he was planning to expand this in the next 6 months. His subordinates are impressed. Songho says, that's not just talk. If they look for a fight first, the high school will be enemy number one. Near students have already become aware of the factions. With that, they manage to help each other. So he announces, I'm not forcing you to follow me. He asks, do you think that's worth it? A few days later, Hyukjin calls a kid a bastard. He shoves the boy's face into the table yelling, you've had that ugly face since yesterday. He thinks, they were idiots in my class. Soon they'll be in the palm of my hand. He asks, was it you who hit that kid? Right after confirming his hypothesis, he gets up and tries to hit the protagonist. He asks, why are you bothering me? Hyukjin wonders, what was that slap? So strong. The teacher tries to enter the classroom, but upon noticing the protagonist, turns. Hyunsung asks, do you know why you're getting beaten up? The guy replies, no. The protagonist says he shouldn't pick on others, and he doesn't get involved in. But he can't let violent scumbags like him get away with it. That's why he came, just to beat him up. He strikes Hyukjin's face once more. After the fight ends, they comment that Hyunsung beat him up just for intimidating others. The senior Hyunsung forbade anyone else from doing that. A student comments, soon he'll clean up all the schools in Daesun. He says, if he's one of the leaders, hundreds will drop into his bank account. On the rooftop, Songho says that dominating Daesun will create conflicts with other schools. The protagonist admits it might cause problems with one half. Among them, young Heeman from ICT High School, because he defeated young men in an amateur fight. Songho questions how he plans to continue, as just looking for a fight isn't the right way. Hyunsung thinks that with the help of Changbyum's experts, he discovered Heeman is a. Centered around him, a strange atmosphere was transforming Daesun into Gangnam. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for this shitty reality to take root in Daesun. He then says that where there are scumbags, there are also victims, just like Light and Shadow, and these. At JL High School in Daesun, the teacher asks, did Daesun steal money from others? He was informed that Daesun had been messing with other students' backpacks. The teacher decides he'll call Daesun's parents. The teacher asks, what's wrong with you kid to steal 500,000 won? But Daesun replies, I lost it. The teacher is surprised. He shouts, you not only lied after stealing, but now that you've been caught, you lost the money. He says, get on the floor. You need some lashes. Later on the street, a bully says, Daesun went around stealing from others. If I hadn't seen it, the other kids would have blamed me. He continues, next time just beg others for help since you're poor. People like you are why the school has a reputation for bullies. His friends joke that it's hilarious, and the way he torments Daesun is creative. Daesun thinks it was him who stole the money. That delinquent asks, did that hurt? Daesun pleads. Please don't do this. Then the bully gets angry, saying that on that rainy day, Daesun promised on his knees that he says, you better be a good boy before I lose my patience. Everyone is surprised. His classmates comment, that's disgusting. Hongjin approaches saying, that was little money. You should bring another 50. That bully kicks him asking, did you think I was wrong to ask for it? He says, then you made a mistake. Because if the son doesn't have money, they should beat the mother. We're going to pay his mom's store a visit. Daesun shouts, stop it you bastard. Hongjin stops midway asking, what did you just call me? Then the bully replies, he must pay for his mistakes too, and this world won't go easy on him. Hongjin falls to the ground. Dae-sun and his friends are surprised. He doesn't look like he's from our school. Then Hoon-sung punches each of the bullies. He says, "I'm just a friend of Dae-han." In the past, after being beaten up, Dae-han wondered how he got to this point. Why did he have to pay for something like this? He wondered if he should just use a knife on him. He had never fought anyone in his life. This life felt like hell, until a notification appeared on his phone. Dae-han opens the notification, crying. He needs to state who he is, how he suffered, and who was responsible. Another day at the plaza, Hoon-sung asks Dae-han, "Was it you who sent the email?" He continues. "This world is a mess for you to have to suffer just for being weak." They call it a kid's prank. But it's not that simple. Victims are traumatized, and aggressors don't even feel guilt. It shouldn't be like this. After all, accepting only brings more aggression. A single attempt would turn victims into criminals. The victims' concerns are one-sided. So, they should make a deal. The next day, at JL school, Hongjin points at the boy and says, "This loser must have forgotten who my brother is." Hungary walks to the boy's desk and slaps his face. He demands, "Answer me." Then he grabs his hair, calling him a bastard. He asks, "How did this trash call a friend?" But Dae-han questions, "Why are you hitting me?" He says he won't let him go unscathed after hitting his brother. "Who is this damned friend of yours?" Dae-han replies. After the call, Hyung-sung answers. Hyung-sung tells him to put the facts on the table. He was just getting revenge for his friend. Hongjin had been bullying Dae-han for 4 years. He was giving him just one chance. His brother should apologize for what he did. His brother was just having fun with a loser. So, he should tell him his name and school, so he can beat him up. Hyung-sung tells him to choose. He introduces himself as Hyung-sung from Chaolil High School. In the evening, he goes with his group to the designated location. Hungerl says, "If we fight, this won't end well." He asks about apologies for each side. Then he replies, "I can see through your tricks to save yourself." They stare at each other angrily. Hungerl tells his brother to apologize and stop causing trouble. Dae-hyun says, "I didn't hear you." Dae-hyun asks Hyung-jin, "Do you know that Hyung-sung gave you 2 choices? The first option is to end things after you promise not to mess with him anymore. That's the safe option. Or, you can get your revenge for everything you've done." Suddenly, a fist hits Hyung-jin's face. He calls him a piece of shit. The guy falls back, knocked out. Hungerl screams, "You bastards," he adds. "The war has begun and we must finish everyone here." Seong-ho punches one of the delinquents, hitting 3 more as he counts. He thinks, "I'll get 500 for each school and the bonus will be mine." Another guy tries to attack his back, but Sinwoo kicks him in the face thinking, "I must prove myself." He lands more kicks and punches, wanting to be useful to Hyung-sung's plates in the future. Because he needs to stay with him until the very end. The other gang members run towards the other schools saying, "We're going to make a lot of money." Hungerl punches one of them and lunges, hitting the others and asking, "How dare you pull this crap?" He thinks, they have more people. If I take out the protagonist, this fight will be over. But a fist hits his nose and Hyung-sung throws him away. The protagonist plays an audio recording on his phone of everything Hungril had said. Hungril asks, "What will you do now?" And with this evidence, everything is over. If anyone talks about this incident, it won't end with simple disciplinary action and expulsion. He grabs his neck and orders him to answer. Because he's sure Hyung-ril doesn't want to have a difficult time seeing how he's not. So he repeats, "Answer me." Hungril trembles with fear. The protagonist rips out one of his teeth, then stands up. He says, "You took too long to give me my answer." They turn to call him a piece of trash, but then remember the protagonist and apologize. Dae-yoon thinks, Hyung-jin's subordinates apologized to me. In that moment, he felt as if his entire world had changed. He thinks, school used to be such a peaceful place. And now it's his turn to keep his word. He comments on the forum that he saw the post promising to punish bullies. Other delinquents comment, "There's no way we'll get screwed over. If someone shows up in front of me, I'll disfigure them." That bully turns around and asks, "Who are you? Do I know you?" "My informant told me everything about you." Yang Ho opens his hand and runs, asking, "What will you do about it?" The protagonist replies, "You talk like a real piece of trash." Elsewhere, Shung Ho tells some bullies to raise their right hand. He sends a message, announcing that Lee Gicheol has been dealt with, after Dae-yoon's post. That interest resulted in tons of emails. The delinquent groans in pain. Sinwoo asks, "Does it hurt? But you enjoyed it when you were extorting and beating others." He says, hitting his face. He continues, "But life won't be normal anymore for scumbags like you." At Dyson ICT High, a guy asks Hyungman, "What will you do about Kim Hyung-sung from Cheolal High? Because the way he's acting, he's going to screw us over too. But he should stay in his lane instead of causing trouble and trying to take over all of Dyson." Then he tells him to call Hyung-ryul and tell him to come over. Because they're still friends and can't stay quiet. After the guy arrives, Hyungman comments that he received requests via a social network. When he beat Hyung-ryul, he at least left his teeth in place and it must have hurt a lot. Asking if he thinks that bastard will fearlessly come after him. And Hyung-ryul replies, "I don't care about that. Snitch to the teachers that he knocked out your tooth and beat you badly. Because according to the law, he's screwed." Hyung-ryul refuses. Hyungman grabs him saying that even after getting beaten, he's not using his brain. "So that means you're afraid of Hyung-sung. I'll snitch for your own good because I can do that." At Jail High School, a teacher says he received a report that he asked a student from Cheolil High School to. Kim Hyung-sung will definitely be punished too. Even if the brothers intimidated others, a student cannot mercilessly assault others. I still can't believe something straight out of a gang movie was happening here. He asks, "Dae-hyun, do you have anything to say?" The teacher says, "You made the post. Because after 4 years, I got my revenge. Someone helped." The teacher shouts, "You're trying to say you didn't do anything wrong." "I was just the informant. Anyway, Hyung-sung has nothing to do with this." Elsewhere, the delinquents gather asking, "Why did Hyungman gather us here?" Hyungman says, "That piece of shit was controlling a precise system in all schools, or anyone committing. He tried to get involved with Jail High, but there was no reaction."
Hyun-sung was trying to take over all of D-sung, using victims as an excuse. He thinks that above all, he clearly has reason here, so he won't tolerate that piece of shit. Saying that besides that, they can't let some punk ruin their fun. The delinquents ask, so what's the plan? Hyungman says, it's something very interesting for Hyun-sung. It's going to screw him over. In a warehouse, a delinquent asks Ho-jun, do you think it was unfair? He was the one who tried to save his toy in the first year, and threw the first punch, so he's just reaping what he sowed. Then he prepares to hit him. Before the punch lands, the protagonist appears, saying, you must be Ho-jun. And the trash next to you must be Yoo Young-hun. I had no choice. They said they'd take my brother's life if I didn't cooperate with the plan, but the delinquent hits him, and delinquents emerge from all sides, commenting. So it really worked. It's a pleasure to meet this piece of trash. With him trying to take over D-san like a madman, they were never going to welcome him with snacks. This is a trap for him. Hyun-sung says, there are about 100 of you. Questioning, would you like to hear a funny story? Because the administrator of the page they used for reports was none other than Jo Jaejin, who could see, Hyun-sung says, I'm a very close friend of the page administrator. He knows who was hiding behind screens to be anonymous. The bastards who wrote the comments about helping Lim Haejin were all trash, not so different from Yoon Yoon. Those other delinquents ask, who were those guys? Heman asks, why are all those delinquents on that side? Hyun-sung asks Haejin, do you regret going after Yoon Yoon to help your friend? But you don't need to feel guilty. I already knew, and it wasn't you who fell into the trap, but all the delinquents. Hyun-sung talks to Hungry L, do you know Young Man and all the trash from JLL? Who do you think sent them to reform school? You don't seem different from them. Hungry L begs, forgive me, I made a mistake, I won't even ask to be let off, but please, let me graduate. Hyun-sung thinks he should pay the price. Hyun-sung says, but for now, you might be useful. Starting tomorrow, gather everyone from JL High, have them ready to come when I call. Hyunman asks, are there more or less 20 of them? What can we do with that many? Besides, all of them were beaten by Hyun-sung, they have no pride left. Don't you realize what will happen if Decent falls into Hyun-sung's hands? Hyun-sung asks, what the hell does that have to do with me? Who do you think you are to interfere if Decent is taken over? Hungry L shouts, you're the crazy one. Do you think you're the boss to order me around? Hungry L replies, yes, whoever dominates D-san will be the strong youngest. If you're so worried, fight Hyun-sung one-on-one. Hungry L's provocation had been planned. Hyun-sung tells him, come at me. If he refused, the protagonist had another plan. We're severely outnumbered though. I shouldn't worry. Keep thinking, he lands a knee strike. Hyun-sung rushes forward and starts the fight. Hyungman wonders, does he want us to attack together? But why are my subordinates just standing there? Maybe this crazy guy is implying he'll finish everyone alone. Hyun-sung remembers the protagonist saying, I won't take on all 100 alone, but I'll show everyone. I'll make it clear his day, right here in front of everyone. He strikes him with his fist. There are groups much stronger than Choi-tu-jun. A delinquent lands a punch on his face. Hyun-sung retaliates with a knee strike. Sinwoo remembers Hyun-sung saying,
Don't even think about joining a fight without calling for help. Because if something like that can bring you to your knees, you'll never get your revenge. Sungho asks, "Are you alright?" A delinquent asks, "What the hell are you doing against one guy?" The protagonist takes hits from everyone. He fights back, one by one. He thinks, this guy is a crazy bastard. Even if it costs me my life. Hyun-sung thinks, I don't plan to go down while I'm still conscious. He-man asks, what the hell is this? This bastard is completely insane. He-man turns around. He thinks, I can't beat him. Delinquents think, he called us all here, but he's running away. Hyun-sung asks, where are you looking? If you started something, you'd better finish it. The delinquent orders, everyone get out of my way. I'll finish him alone. He prepares to land a blow, but the protagonist dodges, throwing himself backward, moving. That delinquent falls to the ground, and the protagonist smiles, saying, I'm you, Yoon. He then punches him several times in the face, without stopping. Get that bastard away from him. That delinquent begs him to stop. We lost. You should stay away from Hyun-sung. The protagonist stands up, saying, from now on, everyone in D-san will follow the orders of Chilel High. If I tell you to come, you must come. Does anyone disagree? 2 weeks later, at D-san ICT High, classmates gossip that Haimon was there and fled in the middle. Haimon thinks that even if he finished off that madman, there would be retaliation. And first of all, you shouldn't mess with a lunatic like that. Because if you keep gossiping in front of me, you'll face the consequences. Then Hyun-sung says, I found you, calling out, young Haimon. Haimon asks, why are you here? The protagonist replies, I couldn't say it last time, but you should know Moon Bung-seon, because he. Haimon thinks, that's the target the Golden Circle hired me for. I need to find a way to silence him. He advances toward the protagonist asking, what are you going to do about it? He approaches quickly, but only receives a punch square in the face. Haimon wakes up later in a hospital bed next to the D-san High principal. How can he cause trouble in other schools and get away with it? But the principal says, you were the one who hit first. Hyun-sung only came to talk to you, and the world calls that self-defense. The principal says, everyone else said Haimon was in the wrong. You're quite famous for causing trouble, and it all fits. Haimon shouts, my face is hurt. But the principal asks, do you know who Moon Bung-seon is? Oda Hwan covered for the protagonist. Kim Hyun-sung had already gotten to work, to send Haimon to hell. Outside, Haimon thinks, this sucks. Plus, my dad is blaming me for losing his manual labor job. Young Haimon couldn't even imagine that, as always, Kim Hyun-sung was behind everything. Moon Seon calls the guy and says, it's been a long time. I heard about you. You shouldn't be hurting over this, since Dongjun's family is also a complete mess. But he's a piece of trash who hired the Golden Circle to come after him. Hyun-sung would make sure to completely destroy his life and his clients' lives. Haimon wanted to become an instructor. Byeon says, that dream won't come true, since you can't use your. At Daesan Science High, some students gossip about how crazy everything that happened was, until a guy bumps. The blonde guy shouts at him, apologize. Hyun-jin says, you're not in a position to offend him like that, since you were the one who bumped into him. The blonde delinquent slaps his face. Do you want to lose your life? Last winter, the protagonist asked, which high school do you want to go to? Hyunjin replied, Sheol-il-hi, I want to go to the same university as you. His brother thought, unlike his past life, he could protect Hyunjin even at Kylil. But maybe it's better to open a different path for him. He told him to study hard, suggesting Daesung Science High School. I'll do whatever my brother wants. The teacher shouted, Bi Young-soo. Bi Young-soo insisted, Hyunjin hit my shoulder first, I didn't start it. He thought, this old man won't fall for that lie. Both of you are wrong for fighting. You must bring your guardians tomorrow. Hyunjin looked downcast after hearing that. If he pulls a stunt like that, his grandma would get sick having to come here. Hyunjin repeated, don't talk about me. Bi Young-soo scoffed at that. That old man is a suck-up after all. He ended his school life. He asked, why would a miserable orphan do something like that? The next day, the teacher met Bi Young-soo's father and introduced himself. Hyunjin treated my son as a joke. He even hit him yesterday. Violence is wrong, unless it's self-defense. The other teachers said Bi Young-soo's father was not wrong. They should just end this. Chulho thought Hyunjin should get what he deserved. He said, if Hyunjin's guardian asks for forgiveness, I'll let it go. The teacher interrupted, saying, I have a duty to guide my students in the correct direction. That's why I called you here. They must go to the council room. Chulho turned away, grumbling. Bi Young-soo thought they were talking about his father and his brother. They entered the room. Everyone was surprised. Hyunjin's grandmother was supposed to be his guardian, but his brother came. The teacher began to recount the incident. Chulho shouted, I apologize. It was his fault for raising his son so poorly. The boy shouted, I didn't do anything wrong. Bi Young-soo's head was struck. His brother ordered, apologize right now. Hak Bi Young replied that the school would take disciplinary measures against Bi Young-soo. The protagonist stood up. The teacher asked for a few minutes to talk. The teacher said, in this school, I am considered a goody two-shoes. But I just want my students to live here. Even without liking him. If Hyunjin can attend school without problems, I would consider the protagonist a guardian. Hyunsung thought, this was the reason I transferred my brother to this high school. In my past life, this teacher was fired for protecting a student. He trusted him for not giving in to wealth or power, for always making the correct judgment. So he warned, I will ensure this does not happen again. He lowered his head, giving thanks. Bi Young-soo complained about his father not standing by him. Chulho asked, don't you understand the situation you're in? You messed with Myungjin Construction. The delinquent asked, why are they supporting him? Don't you know the child you messed with? The protagonist opens the door. Bi Young-soo, come with me. Hyunsung asks, why the heck aren't your brother and dad coming too? Outside the school, Bi Young-soo kneels and begs for forgiveness. I won't mess with Hyunjin ever again. Chulho replies, we'll make sure it never happens again. Bi Young-soo's older brother nods in agreement. Your older brother will spend the rest of his life in bed. Anyone in Daesan who messes with me is screwed.
Both of them kneel and beg for forgiveness. Seeing Hyunjin, after Han Byung-soo hit him, reawakened a trauma Hyunsung had suppressed. He warns them, "That scoundrel dared to lay hands on my brother. I could tear you to pieces right now, and it wouldn't be enough. I'm holding back for Hyunjin's sake. If you want to call my rage, you should beg my brother." A little later in the classroom, Byung-soo kneels and begs for forgiveness for what he did. "From now on, I won't do this to anyone else in the school. I know it's hard to do this in front of everyone, so I accept your apology." That's why he sent him to Decent Science High School. During recess, even the seniors wanted to meet him. Hyunjin thinks, "I knew my brother was popular, but I didn't expect it to be on." That was also the moment Daisen fell into Hyunsung's hands. There were dozens of rumors about him, but time passed, and he didn't do anything. The days became hotter. The government made an official announcement about the Sejong reconstruction project. My gamble finally paid off. If any prediction is wrong, we'll suffer a massive loss. Another executive says, "You're only looking at it from one perspective." Warning leader Chang Sok. A luxury villa complex would just be a bonus. That's enough to see the land has demand. A nerd-type director says, "We need to focus on generating money. Yet you're spending money on a complex. This is the most inefficient plan possible. As a director, you don't even know that? We just need to wait for the right moment. Are you the only one who doesn't understand that? Stop whining if you want to become an executive." But the leader interrupts saying, "I put my name on this plan. Success or failure? It's in your hands, Chang Byum." In the present, a director analyzes. The profit is already 30 billion. The CEO stands up saying, "Chang Byum has always been a problematic son. But he found a new source of business and he succeeded. It would be his." Chang Sok stands up saying, "You can't do that." The CEO responds, "It's not because of the results. What did you do when the idea first came up? You were against it, only focused on Chang Byum's success instead of the company's." He asks what the others think. Is my eldest son not good enough? Starting tomorrow, Chang Sok must leave the construction company. I will reward you now for everything you've done until today. He kicked me out as if I were nothing. Reporter, are you busy? I want to have lunch with you. At a coffee shop, Chang Byum asks if the protagonist remembers this place. This is where I got my chance. The young man says, to be honest, I thought you were crazy. But do you know why I believed in you? It's because you didn't hide your greed. No matter what you had to do. So thank you. And now, about my promise, I will support you until the end. Hansing says that if he keeps his word, he will remain his top priority. Then, Director Cheljin calls Chang Byum. Chang Boon panics, then asks, who said the article was released? On the internet, people were talking about Mungjin Construction's heir being a bastard. Chang Sok says, that idiot shouldn't have coveted my position. If he had just stayed quiet in his corner, I would have treated him like an older brother. But thinking about it, he's very lucky. I managed to get a look at some strange money flow from the CEO.
Chang-sok mentioned this to his mother, just in case. That's how he discovered Mungjin had an affair. But the most important thing was the woman who gave birth to a child decades ago. His mother asked him not to tell Changbyum. Chang Boom warns the director, "I don't care if you wipe everyone out or bribe them." Then he apologizes to the protagonist. "I have to go." Chang-sok made a mess. The protagonist understands that Chang-sok used every trick to become CEO. He won't forgive him this time. Yunsong asks, "What exactly are you going to do? Are you going to find Go Chang-sok and beat him up?" And it might have the opposite effect, making you lose everything. Yunsong asks him to be honest. The illegitimate son isn't him. In the past life, Chang Boom broke his brother's jaw. Mungjin hired an expert for the succession. However, Yunsong wasn't so focused on the violence, but on the family's movements. The succession race was already favorable for Chang Boom. Even so, Chang-sok made a revelation. Not only that, but Chang Boom's mother resolved his problems. Chang-sok, however, was sent to study abroad by the very mother who had embraced her husband's son. After investigating the mystery, Yunsong deduced that Chang-sok is the bastard. Why didn't you use this fact against your brother? It would have resulted in his downfall. Chang Boom says, "When I was little, Mungjin wasn't a good father. My mother and I fought every day." Little Chang Boom asks, "Should I scold Dad?" She said something that stuck with her son. "Chang-sok isn't your brother. He is still your father's son, and I had no choice but to raise him. But every time I see him, my heart breaks." Chang Boom asks his mother, "Ask for a divorce." But that day, his mother said, "Even so, we are family." This was the reason. He couldn't let it hurt his mother. He wondered if he should take Chang-sok's life. He said, "I have a way to solve this without hurting anyone." The next day, in the press room, Chang Boom thought, "I am not an alcoholic." Then he introduced himself. He said he would answer all questions today. It was true that his father had an affair. But that does not mean I am the bastard. He held up a DNA test. As you can see, my mother's and father's blood runs in my veins. The young man replied. There was one. His father felt guilty about that. That is why he sent money as a pension. They shouted, "We have a question." Chang Boom said, "This is the truth about my family. If anyone bothers them with bad intentions after this, as the next CEO and the eldest, I will ensure." Chang-sok hit the wall irritated. He shouted, "This is a lie." In the meeting room, Myung-jin thanked his son for thinking of the family. The young man replied, "I only did what was expected. Live a life you will not be ashamed of as CEO." Then he asked Chang Boom to wait outside. Myung-jin said, "I know you did everything to become CEO. There was a time when I thought you would be the best option. That way the family would treat you well. You would not suffer as a bastard. And yet you dug your own grave." Myung-jin said, "It was scary. Your mother was also wicked. But I thought the boy would be worth it." Then he announced, "I will give you some buildings." But Chang-sok pleaded for one last chance. The father shouted, "The reason Chang Boom kept the secret and never used it in the competition. It was because you are part of the family. He did it because he considered you a younger brother. In retrospect, I could have easily passed the CEO position to Chang Boom. But I gave my bastard son a chance to enter the race. Not only Myung-jin, but your mother and Chang Boom also thought of you as family." He started to cry in despair. He was the truly privileged son. At Incheon International Airport, Chonsak said, "I only married without feelings." He handed over the materials his brother needed to manage the company. He also said he sent his staff to take care of the future CEO from now on. They are usually useful, so you should make good use of them. He asked, "Who the hell helped my brother?" Chang Boom smiled when he was called brother. It might have been an executive. And if it was not someone from the company, the only one I spent money on was Hyunsung. He is just a high school kid, but he questioned his brother's reaction. Was it him who helped? But Chang Boom thought, "You are an imbecile for letting your guard down." Then he said, "I would not let you get away with it if you touch Hyunsung." Chonsak admitted, "You are better at using people. That is why you should be the next CEO." Now far from his brother, he answered a call. Chonsak asked, "Do you want to say goodbye?" I am not like Chang Boom, who resolve things peacefully. You can live as a member of the royal family. So he shouldn't try a single trick, but Chonsak just laughs at that. He says his brother wouldn't let him get away with it if he touched Hyunsung. He clearly recognizes his brother's capabilities. So he thanks him for that. As the youngest, and also for Myunjin construction. He has a few months left. The day he'll pull the trigger on his plan to take down the Golden Circle. But before that happens, a kid under the table begs Hyunsung. So the protagonist needs to clean up his mess. In the principal's office, he asks, "To what do I owe the honor of your presence, Chang Boom?" The young man says it's nothing complicated. The principal is surprised, thinking Hyunsung is a renowned asset to make their school famous. Chang Boom says, eventually Hyunsung will graduate. I want to continue supporting KLIL. Someone like our protagonist should swim in bigger waters than Daesun. Miho continues to send messages to Hyunsung, who comments that, "This guy." Until Miho arrives at that location and asks, "Do you have a minute, protagonist?" After fleeing Daesun, he dreamed of starting over in a new city and school. Miho thinks his parents spent a lot of money to erase his past. He will live a completely new life from now on. He realized that if he paid for snacks for others, and helped them when they needed it, he could also live like a common high school student. He thinks he locked the room and put the key in the teacher's lounge, so he can go to the PC cafe. It's right around the corner. Miho thinks this guy has a bully's expression. Even if he gets beaten, he needs to show he isn't a pushover. He says, "I don't want to," but Park lands a kick to his stomach. Miho thinks if he gives up because of one punch, he'd be screwed. So he lunges forward, asking, "Why are you hitting me?" But Park grabs him and says he's weak. He retaliates with a blow to the young man's jaw and spits on his head. Then he tells everyone, "Say hello to your new toy." People in the classroom kept beating him. His reality became even more difficult. He knows Miho paid for snacks and PC cafe hours. There was nothing he could do. Not even if he told his parents or tried to use a knife on him. Because his friend back there is from a rich family in Jiangjido. A simple word from his parents makes even the principal run away. If he snitches, his friend will hire a lawyer. Miho asks, "Why are you doing this to me?" But Park says, "Someone asked me to." You should have lived a worthwhile life. Kim Hyun-sung was waiting for Miho to climb the stairs of hope from the beginning. Because the higher he climbs, the greater the fall. Shansu warns. He's definitely skilled. He also makes sure to show that no matter how much Miho tries, he'll have no hope. His friend calls him a crazy bastard. Hyun-sung decides to take it as a compliment. Miho thinks there's no doubt the protagonist hired the Golden Circle. And he still needs to escape. But he wonders what he can even do after this. Thinking he just needs to endure. Because that's how life works. I left this elite brew aging for 3 whole days. If you shake it, you can see how thick it's become. Park continues. If he drinks this and lasts until the next class without going to the bathroom, I promise I won't bother him again. Miho wonders if it's true. Park replies. But it doesn't take long for him to feel something strange. He thinks he just needs to hold on for 1 hour and everything will be over. But after a while, he can't take it anymore. Suddenly, a sound prevents him from staying in the room. He can't take it anymore. He won't deal with this alone. He sees that now he has evidence on his clothes. No matter what happens, if they see this, they'll help. My prank was too extreme. It won't happen again. Park continues. Outside, Park beats the young man, saying, "Teachers are public servants. They just want to stay quiet in their corner until they retire. You should pay attention. Now both of us are guilty, but they'll only consider Miho to be in the wrong. You should hurry up and snitch on me. I dared you to show what you can do." Miho walks around thinking he trusted a teacher, only because there was no one else. He went crazy after getting beaten. That you were expelled from a school in Daesan for bullying other students. As his last hope, he decides to leave school. Park kicks him away and says, "It's been a while." Miho asks, "Why are you here?" Park continues. "They ask me to beat you once a month." He's ready to do anything. Hyun-sung continues. "But I'll give you one last chance. You need to get rid of Park." Miho asks, "How can I do that?" Miho, grabbing his leg, says, "I have no money left and no power." The protagonist replies, "You have your body. You just need to create a mess that the police will get involved in." Hyun-sung continues. "If you want freedom, you need to prove what you have. It's boring now that my toy is gone." He can't believe he earned 6,000 just for beating Miho. Suddenly a police officer enters the room and asks, "Are you Park?" Miho jumped from a building yesterday. The officer continues. Park asks, "What does that have to do with me?" The detective says, "That's a lot of nerve. Because young Miho put your name in his will, he didn't want to live because of you." The detective adds, "There were many witnesses who saw you bullying others. There are even security recordings of you invading people's homes. It only took a quick look and they were flooded with evidence." Park thinks this is unfair. He didn't do it because he wanted to, but they want him to take the blame for everything. So he says, "I was hired by the Golden Circle." But the detective tells him, "Shut up." He silences the cameras and turns away while Park asks, "What are you doing?" The detective asks, "Don't you understand yet why they gave you so much money?" It was for you to take all the blame if something like this happened. You can go ahead and talk about the golden circle, but you have no proof. You can try as much as you want if you're curious to know your fate. So, you should quickly take the blame if you want to live. At Yonggi General Hospital A television reports that the bullied student jumped from a building. He thankfully survived. But the culprit was Park, understand? People comment that people like that can rot in prison. He himself could have ended up like him. He will keep enjoying his small pleasures while doing it. Nino's mother is surprised when the protagonist enters the room. She tells him, "Get out of here right now," Hyun-sung says, "I just want to talk to Miho. I'm not crazy enough to do anything in a hospital. I made a promise to the boy that I wouldn't bother him anymore. And I don't know what I'm capable of if this persecution continues." Miho's mother warns him, "Don't you dare touch a single hair on my son's head. You better keep that in mind because I'll come in if I hear anything." He holds Miho's hand, saying that he prayed on the way there. So that this feeling now, and the words he's about to say, would be remembered by him. You should have given up like the others. You should have accepted your fate. And watching a damn guy like you struggle to survive was entertaining. So it's better to continue like this. Later at the market, the protagonist thinks that he chose this path for revenge. Because in this life, he needs to make sure his friends are happy. The protagonist thinks he'll prepare some eggs for his brother. The protagonist identifies her immediately as Oh Hyunji. And it's just as I thought. They faked cutting her Achilles tendon. He wonders if he should get rid of the doctor or Heiji. And the protagonist says he has money and power. He wouldn't abandon his daughter easily, since he hired the golden circle for her. He asks if he knows what Hyunji bought at the market. It was just some snacks. He must have been suffocating. She even wore a hood. This might not be the first time. And it doesn't matter if she goes out like this once in a while. But not in front of others. And that is basically hell on earth. And the end of the second year was approaching. The days were calm. He is fighting with Sinwoo in an octagon. While his fist approaches, his friend's foot does the same. Until the fight time ends. Being in this for 5 rounds of 5 minutes each. The protagonist replies that he could handle it, saying that they were training properly. And the two greet the coach. Dookyol asks, "Hyun-sung, do you remember? When we first met, you asked me to take you to a point where you'd have no rival by the winter of your second year." His training was about to end. He needed to clear his schedule for the weekend. They were going to check the results of his training in Seoul. Before that, Dookyol asks, why would Dookyol do this? Is it to punish his own students? He's the same trash as him. With a disgusting past. I just want to see how much they've improved. He boasts about having a junior like him. Dokok thinks this is his chance to humiliate Dookyol and promote his academy. On the appointed day, Sinwoo comments that Seoul is different. Sinwoo thinks there are many famous faces here. Even people from the martial arts scene. Dokok planned all of this to mess with him. He explains that they understand why all these spectators were called to watch a simple sparring match. It wasn't because the fight would be difficult, but it means that if they finish them off, in the worst case, At that moment, for the very first time, Dukyal realized his blood could boil through his students. Coach Dohak had prepared a tough fight. But Sinwoo's expression was very irritating. The fight begins. The fighter advances wanting to smash Sinwoo's face. The fighter wonders, does he know kickboxing or taekwondo? But he was just going to block the low kick and counter. Then his calf gets hit again. It's a kick to the calf that uses shock to restrict an opponent's movement. The fighter thinks, this guy has a horrible way of fighting. That guy retreats and thinks, he's going to kick to take me down because I use boxing. But he's just going to make his kick land lower. Sinwoo thinks, he's been hit a few times. He's already got his eyes on my feet. It looks like he wants a ground fight now. Sinwoo lands a kick to the bald fighter's face. That strike knocks out the bald fighter with ease. The referee stops the fight. Sinwoo thinks, Hyunsung must be planning to come to Seoul. Because his role doesn't end in Daesung. Sinwoo tells Dohak, Seoul is an open ocean. But this professional didn't even last one round. If this is their level, there's no reason to involve Hyunsung in this. I'll fight the next one. He yells at Sinwoo. You insolent brat. Dukyal should reprimand him. He's babbling after winning by luck. That guy didn't even last one round. That's how the professional world works. Then Dukyal questions Dohak. So what are you going to do? Dohak thinks, Dukyal just got lucky. If my student gets crippled, it's not my problem. The bald fighter leaves the octagon. Dohak tells him, shut up and go train. Then Dohak tells Daemyeon to go. The young man replies, you know I'm an expert in this style. As the fight begins, Daemyeon starts circling. Dohak thinks, it's as if they know something about him. Daemyeon was just testing the waters to get a feel for Sinwoo's reach. Then he quickly advances on Sinwoo. Daemyeon is good at controlling distance. The blonde thinks his opponent is strong. But if he gives up here, all his hard work will have been in vain. He dodges a punch, thinking he has to remember the reason he went through that hellish training. How they had beaten him every day, until he notices an opening in the jaw. But Daemyeon fakes a grappling grab, only to land across. Sinwoo stumbles backward from the blow, but that only fuels him to attack more. He lunges into the attack. Daemyeon thinks, maybe he wants a test of strength. Sinwoo thinks his friend used to be cheerful and kind. He wants to know what happened. But no matter how merciless he becomes, he is still the same person inside. He cannot understand why Daemyeon is trying to deal with all the danger alone. It might take lifetimes for him to understand his emotions. Sinwoo traps Daemyeon in a triangle and keeps squeezing. The referee stops the fight. Then the blonde says, I beat two professionals. He will be my chess piece. If he says no, I will do whatever I want. You look like someone who lost everything in life. You need to prepare for the next fight. People comment that Dohak was screwed. A professional had been forced to surrender by a high school student. That coach thinks that if this ends here, his reputation will be ruined. People will talk about how Dukwul is the best fighter and coach. So he says, Chang-hoon must fight once. He was Dukwak's most talented student. Chang Hoon warns, "Coach, you owe me one for this. So let the other student fight Chang Hoon." Hyun Sung thinks that in his past life, there were two people with a future in martial arts. One was Kim Mule and the other was Chang Hoon. Among them, Chang Hoon had a flashy debut with the nickname Dynamite and surprised the nation by going to the. Hyun Sung says he accepts, thinking that Chang Hoon is not at that level yet, but definitely has talent. Then he says, "I will talk to Sin-woo later." At the start of the fight, Dukal is surprised by the protagonist immediately advancing. Chang Hoon thinks that he is coming to his own grave with his own feet. So he attempts a strike and the protagonist dodges, landing a blow to Chang Hoon's stomach. The fighter gets angry after being hit. Chang Hoon begins to exchange attacks with Hyun Sung multiple times. Dukal thinks, "That is not my student's style that I know." Hyun Sung says, "I cannot guarantee how long being calculative will work. Seoul is unexplored and I will have to face unfavorable monsters. So enough of this. I must surrender to my instincts, because I will not be perfect in Seoul either." Chang Hoon wonders what happened to him suddenly, because he was trying to corner him. About to take the protagonist's final attack. Dukal thought that as a fighter, Hyun Sung was perfect, with no one above him. But the scariest thing was that he didn't care for his own safety. He was determined to defeat his opponent, no matter the cost. He knocked Chang Hoon down with a hook. The crowd cheered for the defeated fighter. Hyun Sung called his trainer and said, "I was aware of how meaningless the favor I asked was. And I'm sure it wasn't easy. But I reached the level I was looking for. So, I'm truly grateful you kept your promise." Dukal's students completely crushed Dahaks, shocking the entire national scene. And after a simple look at the market value of young Dukal's students, those who had forgotten but none of it mattered to Dukal. He complained that he seemed to have lost his motivation. At first, he was doing it for money. He thought there was a time he felt inferior to Lee Do-haks. He could use either of them to make money, but he wouldn't find a student who satisfied him. Until a young man entered the gym and asked, "Are you Coach Young Dukal?" "I don't care what others say. I believe you're extremely talented. So I'm asking for your help to train. I want to become a champion." He asked, "What's your name, kid?" He quickly replied. A few days later on a park bench, Hyun Sung said, "I'm sorry, but I can't take Sin. He knows how dangerous the things I'm going to do are. But I never said he isn't needed. If I need him, he should come to Seoul. And I accept all the sincerity he's showing." The next day, in Seong-ho's classroom, Sin-woo said, "I have a question for you. Who do you think should lead when Hyun Sung leaves?" Seong-ho said, "It's clear it should be me. The blonde guy never accomplished anything." Sin-woo said, "That's a problem. It was obvious that when Hyun Sung leaves and Seong-ho graduates, the position will be empty. Even if you try to take over, the bullies won't cooperate." Seong-ho said, "Power is too sweet." Sin-woo said, "I learned a lot from Hyun Sung." The two started to fight. Sin-woo started fighting Seong-ho and finished him off. But I also heard he's going around taking down any bully who tries to challenge him. After fighting by Seong-ho, Sin-woo began to organize the hierarchy. Then second years, along with freshmen who were decent fighters. By the window, an extra said, "If someone is at the top, there's always a second place." His friends said, "Hyun Sung is the leader." The hierarchy was decided. Sinwoo became the leader of Cheonil High School. Hyun-sung thought, I got a perfect score again. And that's why I prepared. His grades and his existence in Gangnam would be taken seriously. He was sure the golden circle wouldn't stay put. A student warns that he has something to say, and Hyun-sung glares at him coldly. The student begins, I was aware of how brazen it was to ignore you after being helped. If you want to curse me, I'll understand. All I did was study, but I didn't find it difficult. Park McHale's gang never bothered me. Being friendless for a while wasn't so bad. Plus, now I have friends who understand me. But every now and then, I find myself wondering, what if I could go back to the time when the revision board was open? I probably wouldn't be able to do it. I'm just a coward after all. I was too busy running, because your few words Hyun-sung made me afraid. Not after hearing about the transfer. I can't forget. Because thanks to you, we were able to live. Young Min's actions became a catalyst. Other students started coming to Hyun-sung. Hyun-sung thinks, I didn't stop the bullies for the sake of others. I don't deserve it. Don't confuse my selfishness with kindness. You need to let this go in one ear and out the other. Because if my emotions fade, everything might just end. A new guy asks, are you Hyun-sung from Kailul High? Without you, I wouldn't even be here. But the guy says, it doesn't matter what your reason was. The fact is, escaping that hell was thanks to you. After he dominated D-Sun, that page became a bulletin board. Reading the posts, people want to go to Kailul High. Because of him, everyone can live happily. Thank you for that. The protagonist thinks, more students smile when they see me now. All those trembling, fearful gazes once directed at him. It doesn't matter if it was just distorted justice. But as he threw out the trash, people became happy. And that's not evil. Something no one wants to take on, but someone has to do it. Because it might be the reason I can go back to the past. And after this day, Hyun-sung's relationship with Kailul would be completely over. He finished talking with Odaewon about the transfer. But they had no idea. Anyone Hyun-sung sets his eyes on would never find comfort. So he thinks, I have no intention of forgiving you just because you helped a little. There's no doubt you'll help other trash. Sayana suddenly calls the protagonist and asks, do you have a moment? In a dining room, an old man said, Sayana is right about your appearance. We'll talk while they prepare the food. Hyun-sung says, I was your daughter's classmate. So please speak freely. The protagonist thinks, he's the president of the Anti-School Violence Committee. I'm sure there will be benefits to being here. Sungpil says, I asked to meet you after hearing about what happened. I tried to eliminate school violence, but it wasn't easy. Knowing how tedious this task is, I couldn't control my happiness when I heard about it. If my son had a friend like you, or had spoken fearlessly about what happened, This is all meaningless. If I had done my job correctly as his father, nothing would have happened. But I was an incompetent father who didn't understand his son's hints. He didn't know his son had trouble expressing himself. When his grades dropped, he lectured him without asking why. But then his son suddenly talked about transferring schools. What happened still hurts him deeply. He only wanted a happy family, but he didn't understand what he was prioritizing above his son. So he came to Dyson to at least raise his daughter correctly. He is the one who leads the club that punishes evil. Going to Seoul means he wants to expand it, so he has something he needs to say. Because no matter what you do in Seoul, I will be on your side. It won't be easy to stand in your way. The protagonist stands up. He says, I won't forget today. Outside on the playground, Sayana said she would take the lives of those who hurt her brother. But she didn't do anything. She didn't have the confidence for it. Sayana says, I know that. But I have a new dream. I saw it with my own eyes. Even though that's the disgusting part about having power, that's why I must get my hands on it too. I'm going to become a prosecutor, to have the power and live as I wish. Become my hope. Because I will never give up. When the holidays began, Hansung focused on spending more time with his family. They ate delicious food, and appreciated beautiful landscapes. They even went to an amusement park together for the first time. The protagonist would never forget how his grandma looked like a young girl. But no matter where they went, staying home was better. Those moments were happy and precious. In fact, what he liked most about returning to the past was that the family's pain. That made him happier than anything. The Dae-Young Group is the third richest company. It's always among the top 3 companies that graduates aim for in their job searches. A young man walks by, people comment that he is handsome, and the heir of the Dae-Young Group. Yoon Hunman wishes everyone a good day. The girls wish for a date with him, because he rose from rock bottom to his current. He would have become a partner anyway. In the car, he takes off his tie. All the mothers are asking, what is the meaning of this? They would never calm down. Since their children are in 12th grade, even the smallest change in exam rankings. They are saying that the kid who ranks first in mock exams will transfer to this school. The director begins to speak, but another woman arrives. As the leader of the parent association, she has helped in many problematic situations. Not to mention personal problems. But a month ago, a masked young man delivered evidence of all the director's misdeeds. This is enough to guarantee criminal punishment. You should be more careful when you drink. It would be very interesting if all of this came out publicly. The director asks, what do you want from me? The masked man replies, a student with excellent grades is going to transfer to the high school, and your life is much more important than that of a few high school students. The director says, the parents in Gangnam have too much power. I can't do this alone, but the man tells him, don't worry about that. He's going to send someone to help, messaging Changbyum. The director wonders when they'll arrive. Only 5 minutes have passed, and he needs to buy time. But the student changed addresses. All the paperwork was correct. One of the mothers shouts, that's your problem. Our children will be affected because of you. How will you compensate us? The director replies,